It was a mouthful of pure salt. I have proved I shouldn't be in the kitchen. It hurts people. I honestly didn't mean to. I really did not mean to act so dramatically. I was just so thrown off. I did not expect it to taste entirely of salt. Yeeted Uti. Yeeted Uti. Uti for uterus. I yeeted my uterus. Oh, congratulations. But she's so cute. she's so smiley and sweet and cute. And then holy shit, that was the worst thing I have had. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Rage's was terrible as well. His was, what I will say for Ray, the ice cream was so shockingly salty that I could not really think of anything else. But Your Age's creation was something else as well. So in case you don't know what I'm talking about, Sam and I judged Master Baker today, and it was really something. It was really something. I don't feel that great, but again, I don't know if it's from the desserts that they made or if it's just in general.
Let me go for that.
Oh God, there's already, here's the clip.
Let me go for that.
I just can't decide which piece to bite into.
I can get you more ice cream.
My God, Ray.
No.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wait, what's in it?
Rachel. What the fuck did you do?
I even hit her with the full name.
Ray, I'm.
What's in it?
Babe, that is maybe the worst thing.
Ray!
What is it?
Pure salt.
I actually thought Ray was gonna sneaky be the best too. I'm like, I bet she's hiding her power level. She said she put half a cup.
Salt in it. I thought.
Literally,
But how much?
the bite I took was
much salt?
all salt. Ray, that is. Did you mix up?
I just can't decide which piece to bite into.
I can get you more ice cream.
My God, Ray.
No. Thank you.
Wait, what's in it?
Rachel. What the fuck did you do?
I've watched every season of Master Baker. I've never seen Cutie react like that. Even when she tried the dishes she said were dangerous, like ones that had raw flour. Yes, I was on one season of Master Baker and then I judged on another season. I had also never seen Cutie react that way.
Ray,
And she tried it 2 seconds before I did. So the last thing I heard when I was taking a bite was, "Oh, Ray." And my thinking was there was nothing. There was like just nothing to it. I really did not expect a mouth full of straight salt. Oh, God. Do you stand by it being worse than semen? What did
Austin keeps saying it tastes like cum.
No, I think cum is. And I hate cum. And I think I'd rather pineapple.
Is it more sugary than that?
It was worse than cum.
This was a mouthful.
Okay.
It is like the ocean. So, Austin.
I have to say it was worse than cum. Master Baker's how I learned about you. Woohoo! Yeah, the first season feels forever ago. So long ago. Yeah, it was shocking. It was My favorite thing being a judge on Master Baker when you have been a participant on a competitor on Master Baker is pretending as if when you graduate from being a participant to being a judge, you become a professional.
Oh, that is an approach. There she goes.
My ancestors did it.
Oh, who are they?
I'm not kidding you. This seems as if it were 50 years ago.
I didn't know that was the thing.
That's how they did it back in the day.
What is this?
That is my spoon.
Oh, okay. It looks like a dried up potato. Great. Yeah, hide that.
Ancient
That's the
times.
secret.
We need an all-star season. Wait, that's such a good idea.
Great. Where are your cupcakes right now?
They are cooling off.
You're a genius.
Yes, that's the one
You're the
thing
only
I know,
one.
is that it's too hard to frost.
Does any of the other chefs want to try this? Throw it away. To make frosting, the most basic frosting, you need butter, powdered sugar.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So you don't want regular sugar?
No. That's okay though.
Oh, it's great. It's really good.
Yeah, don't let them gaslight you.
All right, Caroline.
Last one.
Let's go. Bring it home.
All right. Okay, so I had some very daring ideas and then things fell apart. So
Okay.
they're
Well,
a little
it
basic,
happens.
But this one I'm gonna call Reese's Witherspoon.
Oh.
And then this one I'm gonna call
Oh, it smells good.
Murder on the Orient Express. That's right.
Wow, this is promising.
I used to have some jokes.
What flavor?
This one is chocolate-esque. Chocolate-esque. with
The
Nutella,
collective,
frosting,
ooh.
And then a crumble of pretzel and Reese's.
So clever.
A lot of crumble going on.
I think
Are you
that's
trying to
very
like hide something?
This one is
Is this the episode I got eliminated?
with peanut butter and Oreo.
Which one?
My goat is washed. So washed.
All right.
So washed.
Oh.
L
what was
space,
the
thank you for the
frosting?
3
Yeah,
months.
I know.
It's great.
I was not trying to drown out the
You are.
flavorless cupcake
You were.
with the mountain of Nutella.
Really smart.
Okay.
I love the
You know what? Now that I look back on this, I didn't do so badly.
pretzels in there. Yeah,
I will tell you, I put a cup, one
Not so
quarter cup
bad.
of regular sugar, and then 3/4 cup of brown sugar.
How much flour did you
You were
I did
final
add
2. I
some
was
extra
final
flour,
3.
and
I lost to
track.
slime and squeaks.
Obviously, you know, if it tastes like it's lacking in sugar, I went for the health option. Oh.
Yeah, that was the line that your age tried to pull today.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? Parent
Yes.
Trap. You know, when
When they dip
the peanut butter. See, I had a Ratatouille moment with you right then.
nostalgia.
I have to say, I felt I was not trying to be mean today, judging, but it was so bad.
Now, I will say, my frosting that I spent a long time on, it didn't work out.
It
You have
was
your
so
frosting
bad.
Yeah.
You were very
It's
kind.
not as bad as whatever the hell was.
I really, this was you today with Ray.
Did you use baking soda, baking powder?
Baking soda.
How much?
3 teaspoons.
What?
2 teaspoons.
So that's.
Is that a lot?
3 teaspoons is a lot.
Okay, I will say, yes, I agree. Ice cream sandwiches, very hard day one. Very hard. Oh, how the turntabled. I do think that if Ray had been the judge and had tried Ray's dish as a judge, she would have screamed. She would have screamed. Oh man. I will say it is always a little nerve-wracking being a judge for Master Baker. Not because of, you know, not nerve-wracking as far as, oh, there's an audience, oh, performing. Nerve-wracking because you know that you're going to get some really crazy things that you have to taste. Really crazy. Ice cream always throws people off too because they forget things can freeze without putting ice in it. And I kept trying to tell people because we weren't allowed to help them, but Cutie was losing her mind that no one was using cream. So I'm like, I'm just going to go around and ask people, hey, what is it that you're making here? And every one of them would say, ice cream. I was like, oh, ice cream. What did you put in it? And they're like, milk. Milk and sugar. I'm like, and they're like, and salt. Like, anything else? Anything else in the ice cream? They're like, ice. I said, yes, you already said that. Ice cream. Anything. They were all so proud. I know. Oh my God. Wow. Those were some crazy ice cream sandwiches today. Sam and I were driving home and we were both just kind of like, oh, we got to stream tonight. Just kind of want to lay down on the couch and be in the fetal position. What is this and where do we watch it? This was Master Baker today, and it'll be on Cuties VOD or probably YouTube video. Rage sitting there between yogurt and heavy cream picked yogurt. Maybe if you had said ice milk, they would have gotten it. Maybe. Should have given your feedback like this. I mean, you're trying to be nice because you know how hard it is, and you know, it's not Master Chef, but holy shit.
I'm shaking in my pants. I'm just shaking.
There's only one criticism. Only one. For 3 big boys, it wasn't big enough.
And before you know it, there's nothing on the plate.
Yeah, no, I wish that had been the case. I wish I had been hungry for more. That dude is the one that made Gordon cry. Wow. Such an accomplishment. One more. First of all, Sam looks nude. We look so mean. We look like such mean girls. Oh, no. You look like a realtor. I look like a mean realtor. I'm like, so do you want the fucking house or not? Because if you walk away today, I guarantee this is going to be snapped up in 2 seconds. So are we opening escrow or are you going to be a bitch? I really look like I'd be one of the realtors on, I don't know, Selling Sunset or something. Just mean. It's the sunglasses. Yeah. My wife's, was this just my face the whole time? Was I just making faces like this? My wife saw you from across the bar. We really dig your vibe. Can we buy you a drink? Sam looks like the disappointed mother. You look like the mother who's about to kill someone. Wow. Was this just total mean girl energy? Put some blue contacts here and call me Erica Kirk. Do a little blue-eyed Photoshop. You had some incredible looks of concern whenever someone finished explaining what they were doing, then turned away. Oh, boy. I've never seen women more uncomfortable, and all he did was sing. I did give him my bonus point, though. To be fair. This clip is already doing numbers on TikTok?
You're not
God
supposed
damn
to
it.
be.
I fucking hate you.
But I'm comforted by your presence.
I hate you. This makes me feel high. This is this kind of thing. I just always wonder, do the people who make these, are they just high off their rockers? Ashley's been trying for 2 weeks to get you to click that. Why? Ashley, why? Why? Pourquoi? 2 weeks? Hannah, thank you for the 8 months. I don't even know what to say. You should have tried pulling off this.
Drew, come forward.
Yes, chef, this is a chicken quiche with cremini mushrooms, baby spinach, and feta cheese.
Unbelievable.
God, Key and Peele had some great sketches.
Well, Drew, I have a huge
Alzheimer's.
problem with this dish. It's that you haven't made it for me sooner.
Thank you, chef.
Because if you had, Drew, then I would know how good you are at cooking food that's bad.
I'm sorry, chef.
And when I say bad, I mean Michael Jackson bad.
Thank you, chef.
You know how he looked really, really bad at the end of his life?
Chef, I'm sorry. I don't know if you like the dish or not.
You don't know if I like the dish or not? Well, let's put it this way. Pack your knives, get out, you're off the show.
Sorry, chef.
Because you should be working in the finest restaurant in the world.
Thank you, chef.
Just not any world that I live in. In conclusion,
Key and Peele, a new sketch series. Premieres Tuesday.
Dude, it's so true. The way that they structure their notes and their just when they taste a dish and then give their thoughts. And there's so many fake outs. It's such an emotional roller coaster. Gordon is an expert at that. Yeah. He loves to throw people for a loop. He's like, I mean, it's exactly what Key was doing. I've been waiting for over a year for the right moment to send this. A year? Is this what he's doing now these days?
This is Karate Man. Double leg. The jump kick. The side kick. The roundhouse. The tie kick. Body.
I can't imagine that he's doing anything different. God, the no sound. The no
This is Karate Man. Double leg.
Why are men like this? I don't know. I do feel that there is something every day that I see and I ask that question. Mom, pick me up, please. I'm scared.
The sauce needs
Will,
to
have
be...
you seen this TikTok? Wait, I wasn't even at my computer. What is this?
The second you start to hear that,
It's good. Okay, here's what I will say. It tastes...
just disappointed look on his face.
Is this guy for real? He's not even here.
See, the sauce needs
Will,
to
have
be...
you seen this TikTok? Wait, I wasn't even at my computer. What is this?
So, Austin poop socked Will. Austin poop socked Will, and I'm pretty sure it's because he keeps getting poop socked himself. He's taking his anger out on everyone else. Is this Austin getting poop socked?
Really smart people. I was thinking about this. Really, people with high education, really intelligent people, like, you know, you would think are like really intelligent. You can never be, nobody is too smart to get duped by propaganda. You know what I mean? Like you can be really intelligent, but you can still fall victim to propaganda.
Is it because he fell for propaganda? Is this what he's trying to get
Here's
at?
the link with the timestamp. Okay.
Hello, old chum. I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome.
That is crazy. I have not been gnomed in...
After he gives this whole speech trying to say, like, hey, smart people, they fall for things, okay? It happens.
10 years. That I have not.
Oh, shit, Austin. Oh, God. Oh, he's out here getting gnomed. Welcome back to being a streamer. Getting gnomed out here. I present my masterpiece. It's opening it on my desktop and it's making me log in and I don't know my login. It's not opening it directly in the Discord. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. Oh, is this it? It's so scary. Why does it? Why do I look like? I don't even know. What is this? It's so scary. It's like Erica Kirk eyes, but also very bloodshot. So maybe after smoking 4 joints, this is frightening. These are Erica Kirk's actual eyes. Yeah, taken out of her skull. Ah! Caroline watching. That's right. Whoo, boy. Permission, speaking of smoking, permission hit the dank. Permission granted. Yes, indeed. Okay. Anyway, what is up, everyone? Welcome in. I hope that we are all having a great fucking day. We got some stuff to talk about. I saw right before I went live that David has finally been arrested for murder. So big update there. This is a story that we have been following along with the few updates that have emerged since the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found in David's trunk in September. Also, sorry for the extremely hard pivot here. I'm like, how do we go from jokes and memes to, hey, this really, really horrible thing? But I literally saw the update right before I went live. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at that. And I know that a lot of people kept being like, why isn't he being arrested? Why isn't he being arrested? And it's because I think they were getting all their ducks in a row. And an arrest was impending.
Major breaking news now. Detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division have arrested singer David Burke for the murder of Celeste Rivas. Burke is being held without bail. The case will be presented to the DA's office on Monday for filing consideration. You may remember, and we've been reporting, Rivas's body was found in the trunk of David's car in September of last year. She was only 14 years old. Again, this breaking news just into our newsroom. We're working to get more information, and we'll continue to follow this story.
We do want to go ahead and bring in now ABC's Alex Stone on the phone to speak more about this case. Alex, you've been following this from the very beginning. What can you tell us as far as this breaking information goes this afternoon?
She was 14.
Well, Mark and Michelle, sources are telling us that this is based off of evidence that the LAPD was able to gather and put together and now is going to be presenting to the LA County DA for a filing decision on Monday.
Have the people who said that they thought he was innocent or were like, well, let's just hold on, have they said anything?
This was...
Because it kind of feels like when this started to come out, everyone was like, whoa, and then no one talked about it ever again.
Not from any kind of indictment. We know that the case had gone to a grand jury. It was expected that there might be an indictment coming sometime soon. We were thinking in the last couple of months or in the next few weeks. This was not from that. We are told that this is evidence that they have been compiling going back to when her body was found last September, that now they have reached a point where they believe they have probable cause, and it's gone to the DA.
All right. And so a lot of people wondering, so many things seem to point to him. Why did it take them this long to make the arrest? We know they're pretty methodical about how they do things, but...
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that they were waiting on, Mark, was the cause of death. And there was difficulty reaching that cause of death, not to get too graphic, but
How
her
old
body
is he? He is 21.
Was in multiple parts. It was in, we know from court documents, 2 different body bags in the front trunk of that Tesla when her body was found. So it was difficult for the medical examiner to determine the cause of death. So they had to prove or be able to show to the DA that she was murdered, that it wasn't something else where, let's say that she overdosed and then somebody freaked out and put her body in that trunk. They have to be able to prove that it was murder. They now believe that they can do that.
All right.
Yeah, we also know, David, as many entertainers do, had an entourage of people around him at times. I know some.
Yeah, and see, my question is, how many people knew Celeste? Because she was around, and David traveled with an entourage. So who knew that this 14-year-old girl was being abused by David?
Other individuals have been considered as
Wasn't
drivers
she on
of
his
this
Twitch stream sometimes? Yes.
vehicle or either around. Any information on possibly how this could impact other people that David was around that also may have been around Celeste Rivas?
Michelle, we don't know yet, and if there are any other arrests that are going to be coming in this case. We know that there were a number of witnesses who came and testified in front of the grand jury, again, that this was not an indictment, that this is probable cause that the LAPD put together and moved forward on. But during the grand jury proceedings, which are secret as they're ongoing, that there were a number of other people who came forward, those who are close to David.
My assumption is they were working with co-conspirators to get an airtight case. So many people around David that were aware of the fucked up situation before Celeste was murdered. I hope everyone involved is held accountable. It sounds like what they just said there was that they had people come forward.
Friends of David,
probably
family
struck a deal or
members of his
something.
were subpoenaed to go in front of the grand jury. So if there are other arrests that could be coming, we don't know. But as of right now, he is the only one that we know of under arrest.
All right, singer David.
Yeah, I mean, come on. His manager, the people on his team who She was backstage at his shows. She was a part of. She was a part of the entourage, and like clearly, they had a
under arrest.
Clearly,
Alex.
it was a relationship. Pardon me, this whole thing just came apart. Okay, 1 second. This just, wow, yeah, okay. What the fuck?
Breaking news and arrest in the case of.
Okay.
That breaking news at 6. Singer David has
gonna
been
put on
arrested in
another
connection with the
episode.
murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. NBC4 Investigates first broke this story back in September when the teenager's decomposed body was found in the front truck of a Tesla registered to David. The car was impounded at a tow yard in Los Angeles after someone reported it abandoned in the Hollywood Hills.
We have live team coverage on this breaking news story. Amber Frias outside the family's home. But we're going to begin right now with investigative reporter Eric Leonard, who is live in the newsroom with the latest. Eric.
Yeah, robbery homicide detectives from the LAPD, as we know, have been working this case for months, focused on whether they could find sufficient evidence that Celeste Rivas had been murdered and whether they could prove who was responsible. The arrest today puts David, whose legal name is David Burke, in custody on suspicion of murder.
Alex,
the
thank you for
LAPD says he'll be
Chuggies.
held with no bail, expected in
Permission,
court
Chuggies.
Monday.
EP,
Our
thank
law
you for the
enforcement
gifted.
contacts told us back in November.
Okay, so just to give you some background too, Celeste was a 14-year-old girl, and her parents were immigrants from El Salvador. She grew up in Lake Elsinore, California, and in the last year of her life, she had been reported missing 3 times, and I don't know exactly when she and David started dating, when he started grooming and preying on this girl. But her last contact with her family was in May 2024. And after her body was found in the trunk of a Tesla that was registered to David Burke, who is the artist David, photos of the two of them surfaced, Discord messages. Her mother said that she had a boyfriend named David. The two of them had matching tattoos. And her brother said that she went missing after David picked her up in his car. And there are lyrics of his songs that people pointed to, but obviously the hard evidence is all of the photographs and the streams of them and the signs pointing to the fact that she was a victim of his.
David was considered the suspect
before her body was found
in the case, and investigators also believed it was possible another person had taken part in the murder. Detectives tell us they believe Rivas was killed in the spring of 2025,
Alex, thank you for the
when she
prime.
would have been
Knock Docs,
14
thank
years
you.
old. Her remains were discovered inside 2
JK
cadaver
lady, thank
bags
you
in
for
the
3
front
months.
trunk of that Tesla sedan registered to David that was impounded from the Hollywood Hills last September. The LA County Coroner's Office had
She was also believed to have died a considerable amount of time before her body was found.
the cause of her death was a mystery, no doubt complicated by the poor conditions of her remains. The coroner removed the case information on her death from public view at the request of the police while the investigation had been ongoing. Now, David has been out of sight for the last few months. The last we heard, he was staying with his family in Texas, and you'll remember his brother and his parents were ordered out to California to testify before a grand jury investigating the case in February. The LAPD tells us tonight the case will be presented to prosecutors for a criminal filing on Monday. We can also tell you that David was arrested in the Hollywood area without incident today on what detectives called a probable cause arrest warrant, which makes sense. That would be why they would be presenting the evidence in court to prosecute, or presenting the evidence to prosecutors Monday, expecting criminal charges to be filed shortly after. Back to you guys.
All right, Eric, thank you. And today's arrest comes 2 years after Celeste Rivas disappeared in the Lake Elsinore area.
Years.
Our live team coverage of this breaking news story continues right now with NBC4's Amber Frias. She is live in Lake Elsinore.
And remember, he was in the middle of a tour. He was in the middle of his tour, and then her body was discovered. He was still on tour, and then finally it got canceled.
Where the teen's family lives. And Amber, just a couple of minutes ago.
Well, it's been 2 years since she went missing, but it has been less than a year. It was September of 2025 that her body was found.
You spoke with a neighbor who started a memorial for Celeste. What did she have to say about the developments today?
Colleen, she was pretty emotional. She said that she was still shaking from learning the news that David had been arrested. She says she didn't actually know Celeste, but she has a 14-year-old daughter. So this story from the very start just broke her heart. And yes, she started this memorial you see behind me. She says she makes sure there's stuffed animals, toys, always here for Celeste. Also some twinkly lights and candles that she says turn on every single night. She doesn't allow this memorial to go dark. She's very attached to this case, and she said she just really hopes that she gets justice, because that's what she deserves. Here's more on what she had to say.
I started a memorial for her because she deserves justice, and it's been 220 days since she was found, and when I heard the news today that he was finally arrested, I just got chills.
And again, she tells us that she came out here to set up this memorial right when Celeste was reported missing. She takes care of it every day. She makes sure there's always something here in memory of Celeste. And she, as you can see, there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of flowers, a lot of stuffed animals. We have photos of Celeste. So definitely she's keeping her memory alive here in the neighborhood where she lived. Now, her family lives just a few feet away from this memorial. We tried knocking on their door to see if we could speak with them about this, but it doesn't appear that they're home at this time. For now, reporting live from Lake Elsinore, Amber Frias, NBC4 News.
Amber, thank you. Our coverage of David's arrest continues tonight at 7 and on our website, NBCLA.com. In fact, it's the trending story on our homepage. You can find a timeline of the investigation under Crime and Courts.
She was even on his streams comparing him to famous groomers people around him knew and did nothing. This is an unbelievably tragic story, not just because a 14-year-old girl was killed, but because so many people around her failed her. She was failed by everyone. And it just seems as if she represents the kind of person in our society who is the poster child of being failed. And I just cannot believe that no one did anything. No one did anything. No one said, hey, why is this 14-year-old here? Hey, maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe they did, but not enough to step in and protect her. There were so many chances to have her here still. I know. It's so heartbreaking. It's a really, really heartbreaking story. The musician known as David was arrested in connection with the death of a missing teenage girl whose severely decomposed body was found in the trunk of his Tesla. David Burke, 21, has millions of followers on social media and music platforms and created the anthem for Fortnite. His major label debut, Withered, was released last year, and he got an opening slot on SZA's SOS tour. A lawyer for Mr. Burke did not immediately respond to a request for comment. In a statement on Thursday, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office said it was aware of the arrest and expected the case to be presented to the Major Crimes Division. Prosecutors will review the facts and evidence to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to file charges. The case, both tragic and lurid, has captivated the public since the authorities announced in September that they had discovered human remains in a car registered to Burke. Officials said the car had been left on a public street for weeks before it was towed to an impound lot in Los Angeles. It had not been reported stolen. I didn't realize he was that big. Yeah, my understanding is that he had basically reached the highest point of his career when this happened. And I think, too, that was what caused people to initially defend him, you know, take the position that he was innocent. And as I said, I really haven't seen people talk about it since that first the initial reporting. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office identified the remains as those of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was 13 in 2024 when she was reported missing from her home in Lake Elsinore, California, about 70 miles southeast of Los Angeles. Her body was found on September 8th, a day after what would have been her 15th birthday. Repeated efforts to reach her family members have been unsuccessful. David had begun a North American tour on August 5th and had several performances in the Midwest the week that his car was towed. After Celeste Hernandez's body was found, several remaining concerts were canceled. The police have said they have evidence showing that Burke traveled north to Santa Barbara sometime in the spring of 2025, but they have not provided additional details about the trip or said why it could be relevant to their investigation. The Los Angeles Police Department initially said it was unclear whether there's any criminal culpability in the case beyond the concealment of her body, in part because the medical examiner's office had not determined the cause or manner of Rivas Hernandez's death. She was 5 feet 2 inches tall and 71 pounds. She was a child. Had wavy black hair and was wearing a tube top and small black leggings. But on November 24th, the medical examiner's office said it had been barred from publicly releasing information about the case after the Los Angeles police got a court order to place a security hold on it. No records or details associated with the case, including the cause and manner of death, and medical examiner report can be released until further notice. The move was criticized by the chief medical examiner, Dr. Ode Ukpo, who said in a statement that he had worked on eradicating the practice of placing security holds on medical examiner cases simply by law enforcement request. And I think the family is considering a civil lawsuit. Let's see. The family of Celeste Rivas Hernandez is considering filing a civil lawsuit against the LAPD to force the release of evidence and records related to the investigation. This is due to delays and a lack of transparency from law enforcement. Their attorneys suggested that the family could pursue a civil suit to obtain the withheld information, emphasizing that concealing a body is a crime regardless of the circumstances of death. Police officials said that they sought the hold to make sure investigators received details about the case before the public. Why would they withhold it? Well, they're claiming it's because they wanted to make sure that things weren't made public before investigators got the details and had a chance to investigate. This has me in tears, so fucked up. I know. It's fucking awful. We've covered this, as I said, as updates have come out, and I just keep thinking about this poor girl and the fact that this is an issue that is obviously still happening today, where you have young girls in situations like this where My issue was everyone's like, well, how do we don't know David killed her. Let's not say anything yet. The police are saying that it's not a crime, you know, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hold on a second. Let's look at the fact that she was 14 years old and with this 21-year-old. It doesn't take a genius to understand what's happening here. Their relationship, from just the outside looking in, was predatory. There's enough evidence that he groomed her. Yeah, it's like, why is the 21-year-old man hanging out with a 14-year-old girl? What are we doing here? And that's the part, too, that I'm like, people didn't see an issue with this. Even after the discovery of her body was reported, it was like, that was not being recognized. It's so fucking obvious. I know. I don't know. And I just, it's not the same situation, but I keep seeing guys having takes on the Saikuno situation. And frankly, I think they all just need to shut the fuck up. They have no idea what they're talking about. They are spreading harmful takes to their massive audiences, and they are part of the problem. And I am so sick and tired of these like 22-year-old fuckfaces having a take on, frankly, a situation that involves young women being preyed on, being taken advantage of. Like, why are you speaking up on this? You have nothing to do with this. This is not your reality. This is not your experience in life. Wake Wilder had good takes on it. Of course he did. Of course he did. Here, I'll pull him up. If this discourse has brought anything to light, it's the pitifully anemic understanding. See, now he's already lost them. He's using words that they simply cannot understand. It's the pitifully anemic understanding men seem to have of what explicit and enthusiastic consent looks like. Sex should require no convincing or active guesswork. If you truly believe she wants you, just fucking ask. Should you both be consenting, talking openly to your partner about your shared comfort and preferences prior to fooling around will only elevate the experience. Why in the fuck would you want to be intimate with someone who didn't explicitly desire and enjoy it? And then he got in the comments here, which is quite bold. Someone said, men have to be mind readers. Also, women have zero agency to just say no. Very good take. Wait, I'm encouraging the exact opposite of mind reading and suggesting you simply ask about boundaries and comfort before engaging. Holy fucking shit, I'm going to bed. Is this coming from the guy that always throws himself at every drunk streamer he can find in Austin, Texas? You're ironically a predator with extra steps. Ah, yes, the behavior I'm most known for. Do better. This is an example of someone truly lying. Truly fucking lying. Wake Wilder is the last guy who throws himself at drunk streamers. That is... I am here to tell you, you know how I was saying yesterday, like, you don't really know streamers. The parasocial element of streaming makes people think they do. I am here to tell you that Wake Wilder is and never has been who this piece of shit on the internet is trying to pretend he is. People just say whatever the fuck they want to because they cannot engage with what you are actually saying. Extremely unsexy things to say. Ask any woman. You know, it's so funny when, and I know this, I know this is a dude. It's so funny to have them say, oh, yeah, well, women don't like that. I'm like, you've never talked to a woman. You have never talked to a woman, and don't pretend that you have. Your mom doesn't count. Wake said, yeah, word it less of a dude making a joke under a multi-thread tweet, for fuck's sake. My dog, if a woman is touching your whole ass package, asking them if they're comfortable having sex is not going to lessen your likelihood of it occurring. She's either comfortable doing it or not. You asking lucidly is probably only going to help. If it causes her to decide otherwise, she wasn't comfortable to begin with. Persisting in the absence of consent is exactly how the testimony you're admonishing comes to be. Oh, Wake. Oh, he was out here trying. He was really out here trying, and God bless this man for trying, being in the trenches. Because the thing is that this is what men have to do. Women are tired. They don't, these misogynistic, sexist assholes not only don't listen to us, not only don't value what we have to say, they do the opposite. They devalue it. They find further ways to insult and be misogynistic assholes when women speak about their experiences. And so we do need men. We do need men talking to other men. But holy shit, I know what a challenge this is, being in the trenches like this. Wake is doing what more men should do. Wake is countering what Lacey said on his stream, and then what men in the comments had to say, because they always have something to say. They always have something to say. If your response to their testimony not indicative of exactly why it is that they would fear sharing it? Women often wait for corroborating narratives before risking coming forth, as it's always bolstering against the onslaught of doubt to have strength in numbers. I don't believe he's a dangerous predator. I believe everything described about his behavior is painfully predictable and the outcomes of his actions devastatingly ordinary. See, that's an important point to say. This actually is ordinary because it happens all the time, because it's so fucking normalized. And everybody has this very binary understanding of, I guess, what would I call it? Just kind of generally problematic behavior. So we talk all the time that people's concept of what an actual problem is violent rape. They think, okay, if a stranger violently rapes a woman, then yes, we can agree to that being bad. But they don't have, they completely lack nuance, and they exist in a binary, and they don't understand that the bigger problem is how commonplace this Saikuno situation is. How there's many more men out there who behave like a Saikuno than they do a random stranger in an alleyway in a trench coat who's like preying on women walking down the street. We have mistakenly condemned transparent discussion of boundaries as an obstacle to intimacy rather than identifying it for the catalyst that it almost always is. While there is certainly an unending list of examples where there is blatant predation, it isn't uncommon for men to be clumsily persisting in the face of uncertain response, while women are politely enduring these advances so as not to create unnecessary conflict. This is all very much rectifiable on a cultural level should we choose to see to such change. Sex is messy and overwhelming and self-confronting. The more we encourage openness in intimate context, the more everyone benefits from those contexts themselves. And the other thing is, too, when you are the person in Saikuno's position, you are a 35-year-old man with significant power and influence and resources. You need to be aware of the position that you are in. So when there is a 19-year-old girl who clearly who's in the industry, right? Since a lot of these girls were VTubers, that is a power dynamic. That is a power dynamic. And the thing is I believe Sykkuno's aware. I believe he's aware, but broadly speaking, this is constantly an issue that we struggle to have conversation on. You know? So I believe Sykkuno was aware of the power he had in that situation, in every situation, which is why he did the things he did, which is why he kept his girlfriend secret from his friends. I think that speaks to the type of person he is. But what Wake is talking about is very commonplace. It is very ordinary because of how normal how normal it is and how frequently it occurs. Once again, I'm disappointed yet not surprised. This kind of things become so commonplace. We're all just waiting for shit to be revealed constantly. And I think a lot of times too, when men are trying to push back like they are, you know, in these responses to Wake, it makes me wonder, well, is it because you are worried about how your behavior could be exposed? Are you worried about if this is true and you acknowledge this as true, then you are going to have to reassess your behavior? So in order to not have to do that, then you do not acknowledge this as being the reality. I watched this in high school after an assault, and it really helped explain what consent truly was.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, fuck yes, I would fucking love a cup of tea. Thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you could make them a cup of tea or not, but be aware they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important part, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you are entitled.
Having to explain consent through an analogy of tea drinking.
To watch them drink it. And if they say no, thank you.
I mean, it's very
then don't
well
make them
done.
tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please. That's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time that it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind. And you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea. And they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea. And they said yes. But in the time it took you to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down. Make sure the unconscious person is safe. And this is the important part again. Don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they're safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it going, but you wanted tea last week. or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, but you wanted tea last night. But if you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people...
Bruh, politics is gay. What do you mean? We're watching a video on how to treat someone in a situation where you have offered tea. What does this have to do with politics? Why is it gay?
People to have tea when they don't want tea, and you're able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand it when
It's a video about
sex?
tea.
Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea.
A cup of tea? Let me explain something too, okay? Here's what men need to understand. And until they do, please stop talking. Please stop going on stream. Please stop going on the internet and being loudly and harmfully wrong. Women are socialized. Women are conditioned to be anti-conflict, to create harmony, to not be assertive, to go along with what they are told, because that is what their place in society is according to the patriarchal constructs that exist around us. So understanding that from just the get-go will help you to approach situations, especially then when you add in a woman being younger, whatever other factors may be contributing to her feeling as if she, despite being uncomfortable, cannot speak up, cannot voice how she feels, cannot voice her needs, and instead internalizes that. And then if something happens that results in her discomfort, results in her not feeling okay, that she is also told that that's her fault. So it's this series of steps where everything is her fault because the responsibility is on her to make sure that everything and everyone is all right. And being a woman, as you get older, you learn to become more assertive. You have a lot of trauma, so you hopefully have found productive ways to deal with that trauma, to have going forward as you get older, to have the tools available to you to assert yourself when necessary. Why am I not surprised Lacey and XQC are running defense for this shit? Yeah, it's not surprising at all. It doesn't mean that women are not capable of handling conflict, that women do not have emotional intelligence. That's not it. It's the way, when we talk about social conditioning, that women are taught to minimize their needs. Women are taught to please, that is their role. So when it comes to the actions of men, they have been conditioned to make sure that men are happy, that there is that there are no issues, there are no problems. And even when there are, they stay quiet on that because, again, they are not encouraged to be assertive, to prioritize their needs. There's also the fear of retaliation. Of course, there's the fear of retaliation. It is a survival mechanism as well, being conditioned to do what's necessary to survive. And that can include somebody taking advantage of you. But the fear is that if you don't allow them, then something worse could happen than has happened. And that could be in the form of physical harm. That could be in the form of retribution, could be blacklisting. This was something that happened, of course, with the victims of Harvey Weinstein. Usually when a man is in a high position of power in society, that reality is even greater, that that man can use his consequential resources and influence to retaliate. So I wish the people that needed to hear this were here. I'd love to see you team up with men in this space to educate. Let me explain why I feel that would be fruitless, because I think these men would use me as content. I think they would treat it as a joke. I cannot see a situation where, if Stream is involved, that they would genuinely be open and respectful and wanting to learn. I think it would not be taken seriously, and I think I would be treated as I think I would be treated as a joke. And I spend so much of my life trying to educate people, and I know when a crowd is receptive and when I will just be used. And it's one of those things where in a situation like this, I look at Wake and I see how he is trying to be the one to educate, and I super appreciate that. And I do think men need to step up, especially in the streamer space, because these guys aren't going to listen to me. Their audiences aren't listening to me because their streamers don't listen to someone like me. I am a person that they react in a shocked manner because I am in my 30s. They act as if I'm their mother, and it makes me think they probably don't respect their mothers. If they claim they do, I can't imagine they do, because frequently they act as if women like me are like their mothers. And well, Surfs TV, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I am Paulito-san. Thank you for the 5 months. Lucy, thank you for the tier 1. Sort of something, thank you for 3 months. Clefariel, thank you for the 14. Fuck the Nordic model, thank you for the tier 1. Beep. Partying Panda and Hannah, thank you so much. What did you think of Saikuno's? I didn't even see it. Did it come out today? Yeah, I must have been busy with Master Baker. I think they ham it up for content in some regards, but there's definitely underlying misogyny that they haven't truly reckoned with. For sure. So anyway, I don't believe that the ones who are being loudest right now would at all treat me or anyone else trying to genuinely explain things. I don't think they would treat that seriously. I don't think they care. They don't care to educate themselves or their audiences. They think they know everything. And I've got too much to do to try and convince someone who thinks that they know everything. Cutie McBooty, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Thank you, doll. Danny, thank you for the 17 months. These guys also refuse to acknowledge their behavior on stream as real-world consequences. For them, it may be a performance online, but there are impressionable minds watching and emulating them in the real world. Yeah. It's kind of like Dave Chappelle, who we talked about yesterday, where they don't... they want to have influence, obviously, because influence equals money, but they don't want any consequences to be attributed to them from said influence. They don't want to reckon with their influence causing harm. It's like when that clip of those little boys came up to Sneeko and they're like, yeah, women are bitches and whores. And he kind of does a, whoa, what? He doesn't give a shit, obviously. He says this stuff. He's the one who's teaching them this. But him in that moment be like, no, guys, you can't say that. They're like, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Fuck women, huh, Sneeko? Isn't that what you taught us? Because he did. He did. And then when he sees that in the real world, he sees the consequences of his hate speech, of his vitriol. Then he wants to be like, whoa, guys, let's not be saying that. You're not getting that from me. I think he refuses to deal with the fact that this is his influence on young men. A message from me and my girlfriend. I'm sorry. This is a joint message. Oh my God. I would like to apologize to everyone I've disappointed, most of all to my girlfriend. I'm so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful and I own and fully admit to that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all the people that I hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I've done. However, I've seen false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that people making these claims did it from a place of hurt, so please do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly. I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading. I will continue to grow and learn from this experience. My girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her. Hi there. I want to start by saying thank you to those who've been checking on me and wishing me well during a difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my life. I've been tossed from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered. Though no matter how broken I am, I never wanted this to be public. It deeply hurts me that I wasn't given a choice in that or even just warned that this would be happening at all. I didn't want this. Even after the fact, I wish they would have at least checked in on me or asked me how I felt about everything, but I haven't heard from the people involved since all this came out. I understand that those involved with him have been hurt as well, but I don't believe my feelings were considered in this situation at all. Having my worst fears become my reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This is adding another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. Girl, leave his ass. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. Prior to all this becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship, and while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made the decision to stay with the hopes of repairing our relationship together. Girl, leave. Even though all the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they're irredeemable. It's been hard handling things unfolding this way, but I believe this will be a step in the right direction. With time, I hope everyone can focus on healing and being better versions of themselves. What do we mean, everyone? And why is Saikuno saying he needs to heal? Huh? Man, once again, this being turned into I was unfaithful to my girlfriend and we are working things out, and I ask that I ask for that is not what this is about, bro. And I really think this is gross that this double statement, this statement was put together like this. I do feel bad for this girlfriend here, but also woman to woman, Leave his ass. Leave his ass. Leave his ass. Girl, get up. Get up. Dump him, sister. Get up. Because the sole problem here is not that he cheated on you. Or sorry, the problem here is not solely that he cheated on you and cheated on you extensively and lied about your existence. You are not an expert at anything. Neither are you a victim. You're extremely entitled and have faced no hardships in your life. You are incredibly male-centered, and men live free in your simple head, spiritually Israeli, much like dog abuser Hassan. Now, that might be one of the wackiest messages. I'm sorry. That person is saying, I am male-centered and spiritually Israeli. People really just be saying anything these days. I think that is a prime example of how a lot of words that either started on the internet or were popularized online really are just, it's just a big soup. It's just a big soup, and people put a spoon in, and whatever word soup they get, whatever buzzword soup they get, they just stick it together. I can't even feel any type of way about that besides, holy shit. That chatter was a ding dong. Caroline Kwan from Men. Hold on a second. Am I a feminazi or am I male-centered? I also love the concept of telling a complete stranger online, you have faced no hardships in your life ever. You are spiritually Israeli. You know, here's the thing. Objectively, I am not. And objectively, I am not male-centered. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm a men's rights. Okay, y'all. I have been wanting to announce this, but I have decided that I am going to become a men's rights activist. I am. This whole Saikuno situation got me thinking that I need to join the cause. It's time. They need me. Caroline Kwan from Women, but for men's rights. Exactly. Hi, I'm Caroline Kwan from Women, and I am fighting for men's rights. What does Hassan have to do with this? Nothing. It's just ironic because people who come in and say stuff like that, they are actually male-centered, but it's only one man, and it's Hassan, and their entire world revolves around him. It is truly derangement syndrome, Hassan derangement syndrome, and I cannot escape it. Unfortunately, I cannot escape this obsession. Every single day, I have to deal with these people every single day who I don't think seem to realize that their entire world revolves around their obsession, their obsessive hate. But sometimes I'm like, do you even hate him? Because I feel like you hate me. You hate me. And you're expressing your hate towards Hassan. But I don't really know. I don't really know if y'all actually hate him. Ironically, that chatter was male-centered. Yes. It's always funny to have people like that scream about how I am nothing without Hassan. And it's like, they'll always come in when I'm not talking about Hassan. You're the one talking about him. You're the ones who always bring him up. you're the ones who cannot stop thinking about this man, who actually orbit, are the true orbiters around him, because you eat, breathe, sleep, shit, piss, this obsession with him. I call it online men in search of their proverbial father daddy. It's a manifestation of their disappointment or frustration with their masculine role models or lack thereof. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, in case people need to hear this, I don't care. I don't care what you're pissing about. I don't care. You can come in here, you can make a bunch of accounts and comment on all my shit, but I think you're a fucking loser. That's it. I think you are a breed of pathetic loserdom. Anyway, all right. Let's cover, what else do we have? Okay, David Hollywood, what's up with Geese, Mark Zuckerberg's Let's talk about actually let's okay. Why Hollywood is facing. All right. Okay. It's time to retire from being a men's rights activist. Yeah, you know what? I know I just announced that that's what I'm doing, but I think I've retired. Let's talk about Katy Perry. Talked about Katy Perry all yesterday. The joint statement feels like he's hiding and weaponizing his girlfriend. Hell, she had more to say than he did. Oh, yes. He very much is hiding behind his girlfriend. He's very much hiding behind, I cheated on my girlfriend and we're going to work on our relationship. And I hope everybody becomes the best version of themselves. Okay, let's talk about what the hell's going on in Hollywood, because it's not good. And I think people lack the understanding that most people in Hollywood are not mega millionaires. Most people in Hollywood are not Leonardo DiCaprio or Margot Robbie. They are working class, middle class, just trying to have gainful employment and pay their bills. And more people are unable to do that. They are selling their homes. They are moving out of the city. There is less and less work for the many people who live and work in Los Angeles. And it was interesting because Kirk Acevedo, if you recognize this guy, definitely a face that you recognize, even if you don't know his name. He did he did an interview on the podcast called An Actor Despairs, and it was pretty candid. And he talks about the shifting economics of the industry, how things have changed and changed for the worse. And he is, like a lot of people in Hollywood, having to sell his home because he can't afford his mortgage anymore. And this is a guy who's had a consistent career, but he is still the middle class of actors because there is a massive, massive gap. And residuals don't pay like they used to. Just in general, work doesn't pay like it used to, although the people at the top make so much fucking money. They're paying Robert Downey Jr. $100 million, but that's Robert Downey Jr. Everyone else is getting fucked over. And I need people to understand that most people who work in the entertainment industry are working class. They are middle of the road. They are not the high rolling life of the rich and famous. And Kirk Acevedo is talking about the reality of what's been happening in the business. He's a New York native, raised in South Bronx, cut his teeth on stage before segueing to a breakout role on HBO's show Oz. Then he went on to work with Terrence Malick on The Thin Red Line, worked on Band of Brothers, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., lots of TV. Since the late 90s, he's remained a consistently employed in-demand talent, achieving that often elusive acting feat. But even with a healthy IMDb profile, he has not been immune to Hollywood's consolidation and cutbacks. In a candid new interview with Ryan Perez on his podcast, An Actor Despairs, Acevedo opened up about how the shifting economics of the industry and the loss of creative jobs have impacted middle-class actors such as himself.
And so I went from working nonstop to now I got to sell my house. I got to sell my house. And it's just like, and everyone's going through this. I have so many friends, people you know, actors you know, that had to sell their house. And so then, in the process of all of that, like I'm under all this stress.
And I'm talking about this because I think maybe it will really illuminate the severe issues that Hollywood has been experiencing when you see a guy who you recognize him. He's been a successful actor, mostly on TV, for a couple decades now. And he, like a lot of people, is feeling the squeeze. And this is a guy who's had a pretty comfortable life for a while. And so everyone below somebody like Kirk Acevedo, it's just like the machine coming down like this. And I personally have had a lot of friends who have had to leave the industry, who are working 2-3 jobs on the side because opportunities are few and far between. And when they do get them, they just don't pay very well.
Are you doing conventions? Like, are you doing?
No, everything's
thank you for the
dead.
gifted.
Can't do
Mars,
any
thank
of
you for the
that.
gifted.
There's
Micah,
nothing.
thank you for 33
And then we
months.
have the writer's strike. And then you have the fires.
Yeah.
Like all this on top of. And so TV is really the only place to really make a living now because it's not in film. For guys like me, guys like us, it's not in film. It's not in film. I can't even tell you what they want to offer us. It's not even a livable wage. And then TV now, all the movie stars, since there's no more films, not the way it used to be.
Yeah.
They're all in TV. I'm going to talk about every Oscar winner has.
It's like how A-listers now are all in video games. They're now all podcasters. They're now all content creators. We have seen these shifts. We have seen people who for a long time did one thing, but now are, like commercials, gambling ads, voice acting, and all those jobs that they take, the people who were previously in those jobs, then they all get bumped down. It's a hierarchy. And so it means that across the board in the entertainment industry, there are fewer opportunities because it used to be that once you made it to a certain point, you're no longer competing with like people below you as far as, the hierarchy of success. So for example, on television, you have co-stars. That is the bartender in a scene who's got 2 lines. Then you have guest stars. That may be a lawyer in an episode of Law and Order. That may be somebody who has a prominent spot on the episode, but is just on one episode. Okay. And then you have recurring roles. That is somebody who is more than a guest star because they recur, but they're not which is the next step up. They are not they are not a series regular. And so what's been happening is the studios and the streamers are bumping classifications down. So let's say an actor who back in the day would have been classified as a series regular is now being classified as a recurring character, which means that they get paid significantly less money. And now you have people who for a long time have gotten to the stage of the career where they're only recurring or series regular, or that's they're at the top. They're at the top of the totem. it's all getting bumped down. So you have in writing, for example, you have people who are showrunners competing for staff writing positions. It's not like you have showrunners competing with other showrunners. It's now showrunners competing with staff writers. So I have friends who had just started to break into the writing industry where they were getting, they worked as assistants, they worked as PAs, et cetera, and then finally got hired on staff and now are competing with people who have 20 years of show running experience.
Doing some 8 to 10 to 13 episode show multiple times.
Literally, Nicole Kidman is in like 11 shows.
I mean, so do you see what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm competing with Oscar winners.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, should we pay Kirk his quote or this guy that was nominated for an Oscar 7, 8, 10 years ago? See the problem?
Yeah.
So the middle class
Is
like with anything, like with in any economy, in any country, the middle class always gets squeezed out. And we're getting squeezed out.
What do you think? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's the same across all production. My wife is in accounting and she's competing with decades-long leads for assistant positions. Yeah. And then in the on the studio side, you have senior level executives, you have the people who are running these companies or, the next step below, and they're not leaving. They're not retiring. They're sticking around. It's like Bob Iger left for 2 seconds and then came back, which means that there is not as much linear movement happening where people are moving up in their careers because there's nowhere for them to go. So it's like people who are stuck mid-tier level, which is also, of course, has an effect on who has power in the industry because it's still primarily old white people who are the top executives in all of the major studios and streaming companies.
Go on.
So that's still who has the power, who has the ability to gatekeep.
I'm gonna circle this back to having money and what money does, right? Like, oh, money isn't what it seems, right? All right, so you don't work for 2-3 years now, and you do like a little guest spot for a friend who asked me to do a cameo in The Offer. Dexter
yeah.
Dexter. Said, hey,
Yo,
man.
you're homies with Dexter. Oh, I love Dexter.
He did Band of Brothers also. He's like, hey, could you do this? And then Terry Metalis was like, hey, could you do a little Star Trek? Oh, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like, of course, having money makes things a lot easier, my friend.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate. There's just less opportunities for us as actors. Doesn't matter how good you are. There's just less opportunities.
There are less opportunities for everyone. Obviously, he's an actor and he's speaking from his perspective. But here, across the board. Los Angeles is facing a dramatic shift in its entertainment economy. Once a global hub for film and TV, the city is now losing jobs, productions, and talent at an alarming rate. Industry experts say this crisis is unlike anything Hollywood has seen in decades. After the 2023 writers and actors strikes, many expected a rebound, but by late 2025, the LA entertainment economy is still shrinking. I remember in 2023, the commonly repeated phrase was "stay alive till 25." That's what all the agents were saying. That's what executives that's what a lot of people in the industry were saying. Just stay alive till 25. Get through the rest of 2023, 2024, and 2025 it's going to rebound. Well, that has not happened. Studios are cutting budgets, productions are heading elsewhere, leaving behind empty sets and closed businesses. We just talked about yesterday how Marvel is moving their work out of Georgia, which had become a bustling production hub because Production started to move out of California, out of Los Angeles. States like Georgia offered really lucrative tax incentives, but now they want to do it even cheaper. So they're going to London, they're going overseas because they don't have to pay healthcare, they don't have to pay as much in labor costs. The most visible sign of collapse is in employment. LA County saw motion picture and sound recording jobs drop from 142,000 in 2022 to around 100,000 by late 2024. That is a massive hit to the backbone of Hollywood's workforce. Writing and acting roles are down nearly 40%. Nationally, actor employment fell 17% and writers 14% since May of 2023. The result is a thinning creative middle class struggling to stay afloat in an industry that once offered steady careers. Film LA reported a more than 20% drop in on-location shoot days between early 2024 and early 2025. Quarter one of 2025 logged only 5,295 shoot days, far below the previous year's 6,823. TV production in LA is now 36 to 58% lower than pre-pandemic levels. The city's share of global scripted production fell from 21.9% in 2022 to 18.3% in 2024. That decline shows how far LA has fallen behind its competitors. Productions are fleeing Los Angeles for places with better tax breaks and lower costs, states like Georgia and New Mexico, but now they're fleeing states like Georgia and New Mexico and going to the UK, going to Ireland, Canada. In 2024, only 157 scripted projects were filmed in LA, while the UK saw a major increase in television production. As LA struggles with high housing, labor, and permit costs, other areas are stepping up with better infrastructure and cash incentives. It's not just sets and stages being affected. Ancillary businesses like catering, post-production, and scoring studios are shuttering. Costuming. I mean, there are so many elements of the film industry that are hurting. I know costume designers who are suffering. I know people in production. I know catering. Mid-level creatives are leaving the city for more affordable lives elsewhere. Many are changing careers entirely. This exodus is hollowing out LA's core entertainment community, forcing some to rely on help from groups like the Entertainment Community Fund. The dual strikes in 2023 froze production, but the root issues are structural. The end of the streaming boom forced studios to cut content and staff, aiming for profit over growth. Technological changes like AI plus shorter series formats are also slashing demand. High California costs, 2025 wildfires only added pressure, delaying shoots and draining resources. There are signs of hope. California raised its annual film and TV tax credits to $750 million for 2024 to 2025. That move brought some indie projects back by late 2024, offering a glimmer of recovery. This is not just an economic problem, it's a cultural one. LA built its identity around film and TV. As that foundation erodes, the entire city is feeling the loss. From iconic studios to small businesses, the impact is being felt citywide. As The Guardian reported, Los Angeles is facing an existential crisis in its entertainment economy, reshaped by technology, globalization, and cost pressures.
Hollywood is very much a factory town, and the widget that we make is entertainment.
Across the board, everyone is creative, from the directors to the writers to craft service. Everyone has a talent.
Some people come out here sort of on accident and find a place inside of the circus, and I think that some people are kind of called.
Pilot season, upfronts, awards campaigns. Hollywood moves in cycles. But now, the cycles have slowed a lot. It's a reset, and no one knows where the new baseline is.
If you spoke to the average worker in Hollywood, you
Micah,
hear
thank you for 23 months. Shot Cam,
existential
Gave it 8.
dread.
Certified Bluma, gave it 7.
You've
Vast
seen
Extent,
a
thank you
pretty
to Prime.
dramatic reduction in output, a lot of layoffs, fewer jobs. So it's just been a dark period.
Los Angeles has visibly turned into what I would call a ghost town.
Employment in California's motion picture industries peaked in 2016, but was decimated by the pandemic. And despite a surge in streaming, the actors and writers' strikes meant a massive loss of jobs that show no sign of coming back.
Shut it down!
Big tech disruption, mega mergers, and the looming threat of AI has left Hollywood in shambles.
What are you doing? Can't help these people. Are you insane?
I never thought this crap would happen in my lifetime. We're just in this inflection point right now where everything's converging. Not great economics, bad business models, audiences that are fragmented.
Have they forgotten what a star looks like?
I was just at a meeting on one of the lots, and to not be dodging around forklifts, it's astounding the lack of production that's going on right now in Los Angeles.
Yeah, so it is very expensive to shoot in Los Angeles, and that's been an ongoing issue. So production has been moving out of LA for a couple decades. It's just it's just now the effects are really being felt, and it's not just production moving out of LA, it's production moving out of the United States and being done overseas, being done internationally. There's also, of course, the way that technology has greatly changed the industry. And at first it was a boom because of streaming when Netflix came into town, and then over the course of a decade really changed the industry. Streaming became a huge business model in the film industry. The positive effects of that have now negated, and there are additional tech concerns like AI, which has pretty much zero regulation. So there's a lot. There's a lot of issues that are all mixing together. The extremely high cost of living in Los Angeles makes it hard when you also when your work opportunities are declining.
So here we are. We're inside of an empty soundstage, actually one of the larger ones. As you can see, production has
And then all the consolidation, the mergers, the consolidation, the lack of competition. It's contributing to an economy that is shrinking.
California?
The numbers tell the story. Have a look at total LA shoot days for 2024. Now look at 2025, it's down over 16%. Compare this to 2016, when shoot days were at their recent peak.
Some of it has gone to other states, but the majority of it has gone outside of the US to places like the UK, London, places like Australia, New Zealand, and other countries with more aggressive tax incentives.
Goldman Sachs foreclosed on Radford Studios, a very famous film studio in Los Angeles, because it just wasn't making the payments on its debt.
And it also has to do with studios becoming more and more risk averse, which basically translates to only wanting to make big IP and franchise type of films. So they're spending a shit ton of money on these films, but it's cut out the mid-tier film. It's a lot of dramas and comedies and ones that are middle budgeted that aren't getting made, that if they are, they're not in the theaters.
This is the story across the industry. And ultimately,
So
the
it's
buck stops
what these
at the box
studios
office.
are also prioritizing
really in a
as far as what they're
stagnation, at least in terms
making
of
and spending money on.
cinemas. People aren't going out as much to the movies.
The average American now goes to fewer than 4 movies a year. Just a decade ago, I think that was closer to 5.
Ticket sales were doing pretty good until, once again, COVID. And they never fully recovered, remaining nearly $3.5 billion lower than 2018. Sure, people don't leave the house anymore, but there's binge watching. That's got to be a bonanza, right?
This was an industry that had a decade-long boom fueled by the arrival of streaming and the growth of new streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon, followed by Disney and Paramount Plus and HBO Max.
The idea then was like, let's spend as much money as possible on movies and TV shows so we can get as many customers and win this streaming battle.
That came to a crashing halt in 2022.
Everyone was losing billions of dollars, and then in 2023 you saw the strikes by actors and writers. And that was really a turning point because the studios figured out they could get by with a whole lot less. So they cut staff, they cut their spending on movies and TV shows.
You're in bad shape.
Perspective. And people
There is the general sense that unlike, I hate using the phrase back in the day, unlike back in the day, you can no longer have a middle class life. I mean, that's a sentiment all around the whole, well, nobody can fucking buy houses anymore. You know, the whole, oh, you go to school, you get a job, you buy a house, you have a 30-year mortgage, raise a family, etc. Well, nobody's buying houses. But in Hollywood, the middle class has been getting squeezed out as it has across the country. And there is this sense that that heyday is gone and is not coming back. And even if you manage to get work, you can't comfortably live.
really worried about too much consolidation.
You can't afford anything.
Well, in
If
my
they
point
ha-
of
if
view,
they could do it, we'd all be doing gig
you look
work.
at Netflix,
Yeah.
you look at Warner Brothers, you look at Paramount, you look at Fox, they're all buyers. You look at Paramount, you look at Fox, they're all buyers. While Warner Brothers can still run as Warner Brothers always ran, I'm losing places that I can take content to. And then, of course, you have job loss as well. Then you have studios restructuring. It's a never-changing cycle.
What's eating you?
There's little doubt that the culprit behind all this change is tech.
You have a camera in your pocket with a phone. All this editing software is cheaper than it used to be. And AI should only accelerate this because it's just going to be much easier for people to make stuff. There's more content being produced and released than ever before. We're all exhausted by it, and that puts a tremendous amount of power in the handful of platforms that have audiences.
This is a profound period of change in an industry. It's not unlike maybe what newspapers have been through, radio.
Tech comes in and they break these existing models that have worked for decades. Happened with Airbnb, it's happened with Uber. Money is flowing upward to a very concentrated point at the top. Everybody in the ecosystem, from the end user to the provider, ends up suffering. And that's what happened in Hollywood.
You're under the age of 18 years old, the majority of what you watch is on TikTok and YouTube. YouTube owns over 13% of connected TV audience, which has grown year over year significantly.
Let's have a closer look at the data. Here's Nielsen's numbers for how much TV time.
Yeah, I think it's almost a paradox with tech where on the one hand it democratized the industry, democratized the internet. People who no longer had to no longer had to wait in front of the gates and hope that the gates would be opened. And it just gave it just gave more people the ability to make something and to be a part of the broader industry. But over time, it's gotten worse. Like in the beginning, it was great. There was this streaming boom. People were making content on the internet. They were bypassing the long-standing gatekeepers. The irony is the gates are driving the value up in many ways. And now we have, like algorithmic driven content. Now we have like enshittification and slopification. Now we have things that are so formulaic. Studios that will not take a risk on any originality. We've seen a devaluing of human-made, human-led art. The algo must go.
YouTube has been grabbing from the streamers between 2022 and 2025.
Yeah, actors who are dead and they are generating their likeness and putting them into films.
Movies are no longer the center of Western culture the way that they once were. I think that that's pretty evident and apparent in a lot of consumer behavior.
The days of the A-list stars.
It's almost like the gatekeepers got replaced by the algorithm.
System that carried the box office isn't tracking anymore.
There's no longer like the gatekeepers of Hollywood. That's the beauty of the technology that we're in right now, is like it kind of opened the aperture to allow anyone to create. Because some of those storytellers are so good, they're getting a lot of attention on YouTube.
The good thing is you can publish anything you want. The bad thing is you're not being compensated for it. It is a massive grind in order to monetize that. For every Mr. Beast that's out there really crushing it, there's a million other creators that are never being seen.
It's very lean in terms of how all these creators are actually getting stuff done.
He said, hey, stop playing hero. Nurse, she's not even on staff here.
One camera operator, one editor, maybe a production manager. There's no like sound person, there's no crew. And I think it's been a hard transition.
And even these scaled down productions could go the way of the dodo. AI's ever evolving
Oh my God. And what wasn't discussed in that video was the rising cost of living in Los Angeles as people across this country feel. It's groceries and gas and rent and healthcare, and it is becoming increasingly impossible for more and more people to be able to afford costs of living when wages are going down, when opportunities for work are going down. So it's the combination. Can we please get a link? Yes, you can. Hold on a second. Here you go. Okay. Okay. Here we go. We're going to watch this video by Patrick
In
Boyle
October
and talk about Metaverse. So, speaking of tech guys who make things that nobody asked for, Mark freaking Zuckerberg and his stupid ass Metaverse. Essentially a 70 billion, although Patrick Boyle says 88 billion. So we'll see how he does his numbers here. But 70 billion set on fire. One of the worst tech creations ever. Who the fuck wanted Metaverse? Nobody. And the reason, and neither did Zuckerberg. That's the funny thing. Zuckerberg didn't even want it either, but he was trying to compete with Apple and Google's grip on mobile. And so this was not something he created out of any genuine desire for a new computing platform, any desire to give people something that he thought would make their lives better. Nobody wants
2021, Mark Zuckerberg stood in front of the world and announced that he was renaming Facebook Meta. The future of the company, and indeed the future of human interaction itself, would be something called the metaverse. Our hope is that within the next decade, the metaverse will reach 1 billion people. He said that it would host hundreds of billions of dollars of digital commerce. People would work there, socialize there, attend concerts there, and presumably never wonder why they were doing all of these things while wearing a television strapped to their face. Teleporting around the metaverse, Zuckerberg explained, would be like clicking a link on the internet, which is, of course, how everyone already teleports around the internet, by clicking links on it. The timing of this announcement was entirely coincidental. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Facebook was experiencing one of its worst ever press cycles, that a whistleblower had just testified before the US Senate a few weeks earlier about how the company put profits over safety, or that regulators on both sides of the Atlantic were circling. The decision to rename a 3 billion user company after a concept from a science fiction novel in which the main character delivers pizza for the mafia was purely strategic. Facebook was not the most original idea to begin with. Social networks like Friendster and MySpace existed long before Facebook launched, and Zuckerberg famously lost a lawsuit to the Winklevoss twins for stealing their idea, which they hadn't really come up with either. What Zuckerberg did really well was execution. He launched Facebook through elite universities.
He is always a person who has thought himself to be much more of a genius than he is.
Making it a status symbol before slowly...
I think that's a commonality with a lot of these tech billionaires, is thinking they are these supreme geniuses, when in reality, it's a combination of either having rich parents, a la Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, you know, those guys. Hey, let me give you $300,000 to start this business. Buying up other people's businesses, fucking people over, just timing. Yeah, timing and luck. Timing and luck.
Opening it to the rest of the world. After that, Zuckerberg grew through acquisition, buying Instagram in 2012 for $1 billion and WhatsApp in 2014 for $19 billion. Instagram now has
Stand on the shoulders of giants and think you are really
almost
tall.
as many users as Facebook itself, making that $1 billion deal possibly one of the best in American business history. The problem is that Zuckerberg's best ideas have usually been other people's ideas. Instagram was someone else's company, WhatsApp was someone else's company, and more recently, Threads is, well, it's Twitter. So here we had a man who has built one of the most successful companies in the world, primarily by copying things that already existed, announcing that he finally had a big idea and that he was going to lead humanity into a bold new virtual frontier. He was so confident that he renamed the entire company after this big idea. This was a man who once went surfing in Hawaii wearing so much sunscreen on his face that he looked like a mime. He later explained that he had spotted a paparazzi photographer and thought that the sunscreen would act as a disguise.
Okay,
It didn't.
dude.
It instead became one of the most viral photographs on.
I have always thought that Zuckerberg was so insecure when this photo went viral and everyone was making fun of him. And that was a part of his aesthetic rebrand. Although I think the aesthetic rebrand was also just generally to make himself cool. It's like we saw these tech billionaires undergoing glow ups, you know, Jeff Bezos doing peptides and stepping out with muscles and a tan and veneers.
The internet. This is the man
Mark Zuckerberg doing TikTok broccoli zoomer hair.
who decided that he knew so much about how humans interact that the future of human socialization would be designed by him. To sell this vision, Zuckerberg produced a 75-minute presentation video that really has to be seen to be believed.
And don't forget. 369. Damn, you're fine. Oh, I forgot. One more time. Get low, 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 get low. Why does this sound like something they'd be playing at a mega church with an AI video of Charlie Kirk and Jesus in the background? Hi everyone, it's me, Charlie Kirk. I'm okay. I mean, not physically, but I'm okay because I'm here with Jesus in heaven. And I'm here to tell you to keep up the good fight. Make sure women and minorities do not have rights. Anyway.
I go inside. I walk in and I go, hello. And I don't hear anything.
Oh,
and I
is
kind of
this
expected
about-
I
is
would
this-
hear her like moving around.
Is this
you
this
know,
morning?
Like, I'm almost ready.
Yep.
You know, I thought she'd be like, I'm almost ready. And so then I walk in a little bit more and I go, hello. And this is what I see. Okay, this is what I see.
I did not.
So
I did not tell this story at the start of stream.
imagine like Caroline's bedroom's over here. I walk in, I go, hello, and I start to do this. Like,
it's because I was up late listening to Mark Zuckerberg and T-Pain's version of Get Low.
Like stumbling out of the bedroom, and that wasn't even dramatic at all. She came just fumbling out like that, and I go, oh my God, and her hair is just all messed up, and she's got like makeup smeared, and she goes, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I go, did you just wake up? And she was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I was like,
in my defense, I had woken up earlier and then I think I just fell back asleep. I don't know. But I will tell you, Sam and I still got there on time and other people were late. So even me, she did say you looked incredible after getting ready in 10 minutes. Yeah, I got ready in 10 minutes. We got there. We were on time and we were not the reason that it started late. I'm just saying. In my defense, I was eepy, Your Honor. You know what it is? It's because I've been smoking weed to try to sleep at night and I smoked a little bit too much. So I think I had a little bit of a weed hangover. And it doesn't make you go to sleep. Yeah, I kept smoking. I was like, why am I not falling asleep? So then I ended up taking I took a sleepy gummy. Not weed gummy, like an actual, melatonin. So have you tried magnesium? I have. Yes, I do like magnesium. I was just pretty much out of everything. I get worse weed hangovers than actual hangovers. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever really experienced that before, but this morning was certainly that. Okay, anyway.
The first thing you
Mark.
notice about the presentation is what isn't in it. This is a 75-minute video about virtual reality in which almost nobody is shown wearing a VR headset. Not once do you see Zuckerberg himself put a headset on, and the reason for this is obvious. A person wearing a VR headset looks ridiculous and unnatural, and so the creative team apparently decided to just not show it.
Mark Zuckerberg really thought we were all going to put those headsets on and live in his metaverse.
Instead, Zuckerberg walks around his home in carefully staged morning light with a bicycle in the background to remind you
guys,
that
it's
despite
me.
his
I'm just like the
dystopian
rest of
vision
you.
of the future, this man still goes outside. And then he sort of seamlessly transitions into the metaverse. In reality, this transition would involve strapping a large plastic device onto your face and bumping into your furniture, but this is not the version of events presented. What we are shown instead is a fully animated Pixar-quality cartoon of what the metaverse might look like. It was not a demo or footage from an actual existing product. It was instead a cartoon in which Zuckerberg's avatar, which looked like something from a...
You know what? He's kind of giving Erica Kirk eyes here.
Cartoon.
I don't think I ever put that together. But yeah, Mark's meta character is giving Erica Kirk.
In which Zuckerberg's avatar...
It's actually kind of giving Drewski's Erica Kirk.
Which looked like something from a Nintendo Wii game, hangs out on a space station playing cards with the friends that we're supposed to believe he has. This was the future. A low-resolution space station where people play cards, which is something you can also do at home without spending any money at all. There were more problems with the metaverse, but before I dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Odoo.
This guy is roasting him. Oh, this is Patrick Willem, and he hates Mark Zuckerberg.
If you're manually writing emails and updating spreadsheets by hand to keep track of
he also has a specific way of
Odoo integrates
speaking
all of your business operations,
where he is
CRM,
very shady.
Accounting, sales, and inventory.
He's
so that
very
all of your
shady, but he
apps
kind
are
of
sharing data and
disguises.
getting updated at once.
He disguises
This
a little
means
bit with
that your
just
whole business can be run through Odoo's easy integrated it's incredibly flexible,
pretty level, easygoing way
allowing
of
you to
speaking.
plan your production cycles and organize inventory.
Classic
Because
British
it's all
shade.
integrated,
Yeah.
your sales data will prompt you to make
Or
more
sorry. Patrick Boyle, not Patrick Williams. My bad. Patrick Boyle.
inventory orders at just the right time, so you're organized and no longer putting out fires all day long. Try out Odoo for 15 days. No credit
Easily
card
confusing
required.
though. I did get my bald Patricks mixed up because Patrick Willems is a film essayist, also bald, not British, but named Patrick.
Issue in Zuckerberg's presentation was that the avatars did not have any legs. They were
He
floating
hates
torsos,
Zuckerberg
which
as well.
is
I'm
weird.
sure of it.
The people of the metaverse just hovered from the waist up. This became such a problem for Meta that a year later, in October 2022, Zuckerberg held a special event to proudly announce that avatars would now have legs. The internet reacted as you would expect to a multi-billion-dollar company celebrating the invention of virtual legs. It later emerged that even this demonstration had been faked. The legs in the video were generated using a motion capture suit, not actual VR technology. So to be clear, they had spent roughly $10 billion at that point. They couldn't render legs, and they faked a video showing that humans have legs. There were other strange moments too. In one scene, a woman in Kyoto sees on Instagram that her friend is at a concert in Los Angeles. She presses a button and instantly appears next to her friend as a photorealistic hologram. If you think about the technology required for this, you're thinking about it a bit more carefully than the people who made this video. It's not a demonstration of existing technology or even plausible near-future technology. It's a cartoon about wishes. The woman is not at a concert and she's not with her friend. She's at an off-brand, low-resolution version of The Matrix. There was another scene in which...
The only good thing to ever happen in the metaverse.
Do you have a favorite feature to use in here?
Yeah.
Something that you think is very cool?
Check this out.
Wow.
So that's pretty neat.
This is so freaking cool. Do you have a favorite feature to use in here?
Yeah.
Something that you think is very cool?
Check this out.
Wow.
So that's pretty neat.
This is so...
Calm down, Brian Gnome. Brian Gnome saw this and was like, hey, I need to get me one of these. This cannot be real. I think it's not. I don't think it is. Big titty Zuck. But you know what? Everything is real and nothing is real.
Two people played virtual
It's real
ping
to me.
pong, a scene in which someone teleports street art into a space station, at which point the art begins to disappear unless you pay for it, which really captures the spirit of public art. But we have to remember that the man presenting this vision, when asked if he liked coffee on the Theo Von podcast, laughed like a madman and then went on a rambling explanation about how he knows what coffee is, but doesn't drink it as he prefers to get up in the morning and fight people, going on to claim that he raw dogs reality.
You drink coffee, man, or no?
Oh, God, this
Nah.
podcast appearance.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, you've had
This
it.
is when he was stepping out as Zucky Zuck.
I have.
With his
sometimes on
chains and
vacation
his
I'll drink it
tees,
recreationally. It's like
his
every once in
zoomer
a while.
hair.
Just like a celebration.
Yeah, no, it's
Really?
Yeah, no.
So when you get up in the morning, that's not your thing. Like, is there something you do?
No. Yeah, I mean, I wake up and I fight people.
Yeah. Oh, really? So you like to keep everything the equilibrium?
Yeah, my sister gives me such a hard time about this. She's like, "You're just sitting there raw dogging reality."
Wow.
I'm not sure Mark Zuckerberg has any real link to reality whatsoever.
I've never seen someone try and pretend that they are a human being and sufficiently fail as much as Mark Zuckerberg. It's not even that, like, how do you do, fellow kids? It's how do you do, fellow human beings? I am also a fellow human being. See, I'm sitting here with my t-shirt and my hair and my glass of water. I'm just like the rest of
According to
you.
Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, Zuckerberg once invited
He and Elon are proof that all the money in the entire world can't force people to actually like you. And the thing is that these people desire that. That's the psychology behind a lot of these billionaires is they desperately want popularity. They really do. And it makes them so mad. It's the one thing they can't buy. And sure, they have a lot of people around them. You know, when you're rich, you can have that. You have people around you, but they are deeply loathed. I mean, 2 people just tried to kill Sam Altman this past week, but also no, they didn't. They're totally innocent. But that is how much people more and more fucking despise these tech billionaires.
Him for dinner and presented him with cold goat meat that he said he had shot with a laser gun and then finished off with a hunting knife. Dorsey told Rolling Stone, "I just ate my salad." It's worth keeping in mind the kind of interactions the man designing the future of human interactions has with other people. I'm not sure what he's raw dogging, but it's not reality.
You know what I think it is too? I think the idea here in American society that if you work hard, then you can make a lot of money. And by making a lot of money, it makes you a virtuous person. By being very rich, it means that you are morally righteous, that you are virtuous because of amassing such wealth, right? Meritocracy, that you got to where you are because of merit, because of hard work. And so there is also then this entitlement to people's reverence, to people loving you because of what you have done. And a lot of these billionaires, especially these tech billionaires, they're like, look at everything that we have given you. And you have the nerve to call us losers? You don't like us? Love me. Love me. Choose me. Pick me. Love me. Choose me. Pick me. Love me. But yeah, it is like these billionaires not only feel entitled to hoard all this wealth, they feel entitled to our love and adoration and treating them like gods. We're human beings like the rest of you, but also we're gods. I hate to be that guy, but I think you make fantastic content and I appreciate you sharing your voice. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Thank you for being that guy.
Hopefully it wasn't that goat. Despite all of this, a lot of serious people took the metaverse very seriously. In November 2021, The Economist argued that it was a logical extension of computing: text, then images, then video, then 3 dimensions. They pointed out that mockery was an unreliable guide to the future. And
yeah, a lot of them view themselves as Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man. Seriously. And Iron Man was, the character, he's charming and he's cool and all the things that these tech billionaires think they are or think people should see them as.
Smartphones had once been mocked as crass status symbols. It turns out that this time around, mockery was the correct approach. The hype in late 2021 was really something. Wall Street threw itself into the project with the enthusiasm of a man who's just been handed a laser gun and a goat. Bernstein reported that the word metaverse appeared 449 times in third quarter earnings calls that year, up from 100 the prior quarter. McKinsey published a report declaring that the metaverse could generate up to $5 trillion in value.
And you know what this is? This is the media that is often owned by these billionaires gaslighting us, lying to us, making us pretending as if this is the new frontier. This is the new grand horizon, that we're going to love this, that it's going to be amazing. You know what they've done the same thing with? AI. When all of the fucking trades were pushing Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress, and they were trying to pretend as if Tilly Norwood was this real thing and that this was the future of the industry. And everyone went, yeah, I don't fucking think so. But this is a prime example of how a lot of times the media is playing this part in pushing this bullshit and making it seem so grandiose and awesome. And then we see it totally collapse. And then we see that Reality Labs has $70+ billion in operating losses. That last year, Mark announced that Meta was going to have 30% budget cuts to its metaverse division
by 2030, and that it was too big for companies to ignore.
You mean the same media owned by these douches? Yeah, you mean like how the New York Times just gave a massive spread to Lauren Sanchez Bezos, a massive full-page photo of her and a quote where Lauren Sanchez is having fun being rich and she thinks other rich people should have fun and not worry about anything because they're rich and they should be having fun. Yeah, did you guys see that? Did you all see that in the New York Times? Giant entire page of a black and white photo of Lauren Sanchez. Lauren Sanchez talking about how she's having fun.
Citi predicted 5 billion metaverse users, meaning
We don't
more than
hate these
half
people
of
enough.
the world's population.
We
Jeffrey
don't.
said that the metaverse had the potential to disrupt almost everything in human life, which is the kind of thing an investment bank analyst says when they want to be on the right side of whatever's happening without thinking too carefully about what it actually means.
Remember they try to make
Big
NFTs a thing?
corporations
My
piled
apes!
in too. Disney appointed a head of metaverse strategy. 3/4 of CEOs surveyed in 2022 said that they were hiring dedicated metaverse talent. McKinsey helpfully predicted that 15% of corporate revenue would be derived from the metaverse by 2027. That is next year, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. As silly as some of this corporate involvement might have seemed, most of these firms won't have spent much money on this stuff. You could just give the social media intern a big title and set them loose on analyzing the metaverse, and if it all comes to nothing, you've wasted a year or two of a single salary.
Angela Collier has a good video on how every billionaire thinks they're a temporarily embarrassed genius physicist.
So over the
Billionaires want you to know that they could have done physics. They want you to know that they are supreme geniuses.
The CEO of a company called Improbable wrote an article for The Economist comparing the metaverse to an 11,000-year-old temple in southern Turkey. He argued that throughout human history, we've been influenced by worlds that we imagine beyond this one, and that the metaverse was the next stage in human culture. He suggested virtual clothes could be better for the environment than real ones, and that the metaverse may allow the
So it said the billionaire version of could have gone pro. I just want you to know I could have gone pro if I wanted to. I just decided that I didn't want to.
developing world to participate in new forms of economic
Crump, thank you for the 38
opportunity.
months. Yep, I'm Pete.
Pointing
Thank you for
to
the prime.
gamers in the Philippines
Nim,
who were
Chimsky, thank you for the
wasting
3
their lives
months.
trying to make money in a crypto-based game that looked a lot like a Ponzi scheme at the time.
Went pro in
It's
the metaverse.
always reassuring when a CEO who would directly benefit from a trend explains that the trend is inevitable and will somehow save humanity. Then there was the virtual real estate. In early 2022, someone paid $450,000 to become Snoop Dogg's neighbor in the Sandbox, a metaverse platform. Despite all of the rumors, it wasn't me. To be clear, this person did not become Snoop Dogg's actual neighbor with a fence and awkward conversations about whose bins are whose. They became his virtual neighbor in some sort of video game. That plot of virtual land is now reportedly worth around $100.
Everything is a fucking scam, whether it's an NFT of an ape that they try to convince you is what you should put all of your money into, because trust me, bro, trust me, this is your children's retirement. Trust me. Yeah, the crypto, Bitcoin, it's all corrupt, girl. It's all a scam, girl.
I'm guessing that Snoop has moved on.
You're telling me that my VR home and my Bored Ape NFT is worth nothing?
In something called Decentraland, a group called Metaverse Group purchased a 116 parcel
It's all
virtual
scams,
estate
girl.
in November 2021 for approximately $2.4 million. That estate is now worth around $9,000, representing a decline of 99.6%. A CoinGecko.
There's also something so disturbing here and so dystopic here of these billionaires trying to sell us these virtual worlds because they've so thoroughly fucked our real world. They're like, but here's a virtual world and it's awesome. And you can live next to Snoop Dogg. You can be anybody and you'll just have the best time ever. And don't worry about the fact that the real world you live in is dying because of people like me, Mark Zuckerberg.
Study found that average metaverse land prices were down 95% in the sandbox.
Yeah, the air's
and
not
even
poisonous
more
in the metaverse.
Decentraland. In the real world, when property prices decline that much, it's usually due to a natural disaster. In the metaverse, nothing happened. People just stopped showing up, which is probably better than a natural disaster, but also somehow worse. Near the peak, Gucci managed to sell a virtual handbag on Roblox for over $4,000, which was more than the physical bag would have cost in an actual shop. That transaction stands as the purest distillation of 2021 as a financial era, a virtual handbag that cost more than the real one and cannot be used to hold anything. So what was it actually like? Zuckerberg's presentation showed a Pixar.
What is happening in Roblox? I, for the most part, am pretty ignorant to Roblox, but everything I hear makes it sound as if it's just children gambling. There's like pedophiles and everything is gambling. Okay.
Quality cartoon, but the actual product, Horizon Worlds, looked a lot worse, like a low-quality video game from the early 2000s. The graphics were basic, the worlds were empty, and the avatars, as discussed, did not have legs. On the positive side, though, Zuckerberg's metaverse avatar showed more facial expressions than the man himself. Reports of what it was like to use Horizon Worlds were not very encouraging. In February 2022, a psychotherapist reported being verbally
Children make the
sexually
games and the
harassed
company
within
takes the
60
money.
seconds of joining. All of the toxicity from social media platforms followed users into virtual reality, except now it was happening to a floating torso rather than to a profile picture. That's progress for you.
You know what I love more than child labor? Unpaid child labor.
It wasn't just outside users who struggled with the product. Meta's own employees hated it too. According to internal memos reported by The Verge, the company was pushing staff to spend more time in the metaverse, but VR meetings were described as exhausting and borderline unusable. The VP of Horizon Worlds sent an internal memo that was leaked acknowledging the problems. He wrote, "For many of us, we don't spend that much time in Horizon, and our dog fooding dashboard shows this pretty clearly." Why is that, he asked. Why don't we love the product we've built? He went on to ask, if we don't love it, how can we expect our users to love it?
They don't love the product they built because it was never for any motivation other than a fear of Apple and Google's stranglehold on mobile. That's what it was. It was a shitty fucking product because it was not motivated by any true creativity, any true motivation for what people want. It's not user oriented because it was Mark Zuckerberg's greed. That's what it was. It was an existential fear of Apple and Google. And there was an email from 2015 that Mark Zuckerberg wrote. And he said, we are vulnerable on mobile to Google and Apple because they make major mobile platforms. We would like a stronger strategic position in the next wave of computing. We can achieve this only by building both a major platform as well as key apps. From a timing perspective, we are better off the sooner the next platform becomes ubiquitous and the shorter the time we exist in a primarily mobile world dominated by Google and Apple. The shorter this time, the less our community is vulnerable to the actions of others. Therefore, our goal is not only to win in VR and AR, but to accelerate its arrival. Meta and OpenAI put millions into age verification lobbying too. Of course. Yeah, I've talked about that with Taylor.
Now, I don't know what he means by dog fooding dashboard, and I refuse
more
to look
data.
that up. It probably involves that
more data.
unfortunate goat from earlier on. But this is still a devastating question. Why don't even the engineers like the product that they've designed? You might think that the next step would be improving the product. Instead, the VP followed up by telling staff to make it their mission to fall in love with Horizon Worlds, which is the kind of thing you say when the product is far beyond saving and you're hoping that enthusiasm can substitute for quality. John Carmack, the legendary engineer behind the games Doom and Quake, had been working at Meta since the Oculus acquisition. He left in 2022, describing Meta's VR efforts as inefficient and bloated. Reports suggested that employees couldn't even agree on what the metaverse was supposed to be.
Oh, here's what the metaverse is supposed to be. This is fake, but hilarious. It's real to me. Friendly reminder, 9/11 never happened in here. This looks fire. No, it's not real. But you know what? Kind of is, by virtue of not being real. Meta's metaverse unit, Reality Labs, is currently valued as a high-risk long-term bet with over $58 billion in losses. It's higher than that. It's $70 billion. While total metaverse market value is projected to reach over $2 trillion by 2026. Yeah, fucking right.
Was it YouTube, a casual World of Warcraft, a platform, a social space, or a game? Nobody was quite sure. This is worrying when you've renamed the entire company after an undefined concept. The user numbers tell the real story. While Zuckerberg had predicted 1 billion people, Horizon Worlds peaked at a few 100,000 monthly active users. By some estimates, daily active users eventually fell to around 900 people. That's roughly the population of a small village.
TBH, I'm sure
For
you said it.
context, Second Life, a virtual world that launched 23 years ago, still attracts around 200,000 people per day. They even managed legs on day one. Decentraland once reported just 38 active users. Later, they disputed this figure, saying that the real number was closer to 8,000, which is a lot more than 38, but it is still fewer people than would pass through a moderately busy supermarket on a week.
Did Zuckerberg really give himself big virtual naturals on a talk show in Metaverse? No, but also...
Okay. So let's look at the
yes.
financial history. Meta reports the metaverse business under a division called Reality Labs, and the reported losses at Reality Labs have increased every single year.
Every
In
year.
2019, they lost $4.5 billion. In 2020, $6.6 billion. In 2021, the year Zuckerberg renamed the company, $10.2 billion. 2022, $13.7 billion. In 2023, $16.1 billion. In 2024, $17.7 billion. Last year, they lost $19.2 billion. That is a total of approximately $88 billion in operating losses over 7 years.
You know, I'm no big city numbers expert, no big city financial expert, but that doesn't seem good. Also, Metaverse generates 1% of Meta's total revenue. So it consumes billions annually and generates only 1% of the total revenue. And I gotta say, I don't think that's good.
To put that number in context,
I gotta
it's more
say,
than
you might as well light that money on fire. Like literally light it on fire.
NASA's entire annual budget several times over. It's roughly what it costs to build the International Space Station, which, unlike the metaverse, is a real place that people occasionally visit. You could fund the entire Apollo program in inflation-adjusted dollars for less than Meta spent on a virtual world with 900 users and no legs. Meta's stock fell 64% in 2022 as investors started panicking about the metaverse spending. But then in 2023 and 2020,
Imagine taking that billions and actually helping people, making sure that children have food, making sure that people have healthcare, funding housing, anything that is not a total fucking waste, something that no one asked for, something that was not built for its users at all, not something that people needed, not something that people wanted.
The stock recovered dramatically, and the recovery had nothing to do with the metaverse. Meta's core advertising business continued to be
Don't need a house if you have a VR house.
generating
So true.
over $200 billion in total revenue in 2025. The family
Jarvis
of
spent a
apps,
week in the empty
Facebook,
metaverse. I know. I
Instagram,
think Sam helped him with
WhatsApp,
that
and
video.
Messenger is simply a machine that prints money. The problem was never that Meta couldn't make money.
He said it was one of the
as a
weirdest
broader
things he's ever
business.
done.
The problem was that it decided to set $88 billion of the money that they were making on fire in a virtual world that fewer people visited than a village post office. Late last year, Bloomberg reported that Meta was planning to cut the metaverse budget by 30%. Meta's stock went up on the news, adding about $60 billion in market value in a single day. When your stock price rises because you announce that you're going to stop doing something, it's a clear signal that investors would have preferred you hadn't started doing it. This January, Meta laid off more than 1,000 Reality Labs employees and shuttered several VR game studios. Zuckerberg told investors on the most recent earnings call that he expects Reality Labs' losses in 2026
Ethan Klein sexually
to be similar
harassed a
to
child
last
in the
year,
metaverse.
but that this will likely be the peak. So after spending $88 billion, the peak of the losses is almost behind them, which is probably good. Last month, Meta delivered what many described as a near-death blow to the metaverse. On March 17th, the company announced that starting this summer, users would no longer be able to access Horizon Worlds through VR headsets. The metaverse, the thing the company was named after, was being downgraded to a phone app. Then, 2 days later, Meta reversed the decision. The chief technology officer confirmed that the VR app would stay available after all, presumably because all 900 of the daily users had complained. Meta's vice president, Samantha Ryan, framed the situation as Meta doubling down on the VR developer ecosystem while shifting the focus of Worlds to be almost exclusively mobile. When a company...
I'm sorry. I just have to laugh for a second. I have to laugh for a second at these fucking men. These men. It's like Destiny calling me one of the most reprehensible people on Twitch. All I can do is laugh. All I can do is laugh. Oh, okay. Aren't y'all out here committing sex crimes? You know, these men who've sure had a lot to say about me, and I'm not out here doing sex crimes. I'm not out here stalking and harassing and doing anything to cause harm to anyone. But I'm a person deserving of all of this ire, and to be labeled as the most reprehensible person on Twitch. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, men are so emotional. They really need to get themselves under control. They do. They do. pedophiles and perverts. Yeah, I'm sorry. The pedophiles and the perverts have what to say about me? Yeah, how many lawsuits are you guys wrapped up in? Because you're sexually harassing minors, you're sharing porn, non-consent. I'm sorry. You got something to say about me? If I were you, I would keep your fucking mouth shut for the rest of your lives. That's the funny thing, is that these motherfuckers never shut the fuck up. They never shut the fuck up. Even when you lose track of the number of lawsuits involving usually sex crimes that they are wrapped up in, and yet they are still opening their traps and will not shut the fuck up. I am so sick and fucking tired of them. The ego, the narcissism, the delusion of these men. It is astounding. It is truly astounding. They're speaking like men who were never told to shut the fuck up. Yeah, these men who have caused hate campaigns against somebody like me, and then will be out here saying that they didn't know anything about Israel and Palestine on October 7th. And yet, the audacity of these fucking losers to come after someone like me and say, wow, what a dumb bitch. What a stupid fucking whore dumb bitch. When it's like, well, I can actually read. And it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. The ego of these men. Unbelievable. Man-child babies. And I am telling you, nobody around them actually likes them. Not a single person. Not a single person. They do not genuinely like men like this because they are insufferable. Because they would be less insufferable if they actually shut the fuck up every once in a while, but they don't. Anyway.
Describes shrinking something as doubling down, it's usually not a sign that things are going well. I imagine Zuckerberg probably said that he was doubling down on the goat when he drew his hunting knife. Ryan wrote in a blog post, sometimes we knock it out of the park, other times we
ego
get
and massive
wrong.
insecurity.
This is a
yes.
diplomatic
yes.
way of saying we spent 88 billion and almost nobody used it, so we're doing something else now. The something else is, of course, artificial intelligence. Meta has pivoted aggressively towards AI, and the shift is visible in everything the company does. At the September 2025 Connect conference, the same annual event where Zuckerberg had announced the Meta rebrand in 2021, he used
and
the
nothing
word
to
metaverse
back up those
just
egos.
twice,
Nothing.
while he mentioned AI 23 times. The company's focus is now on AI-powered smart glasses, a product that exists in reality and appears to be selling. It turns out that making a product that people want to buy can be quite important when running a tech company. Meta was not alone in this. The metaverse had attracted an extraordinary collection of fellow travelers who managed to exit before anyone could ask too many questions. Disney eliminated its entire division in 2023. Walmart built metaverse experiences on Roblox and then quietly ended them. Microsoft shut down its mixed reality feature in Teams. The chief metaverse officers have all vanished from corporate org charts, presumably to pursue other opportunities.
Caroline being male-centered again.
Exist.
That's me.
Apple
I just can't stop.
waited until everyone else had already embarrassed themselves before entering the market. In 2024, they released the Vision Pro headset, a piece of hardware that cost $3,500. A huge number of buyers ended up returning it within the 14-day returns window. Apple had made the best possible version of a product that almost nobody wanted. Now, I wanted to return briefly.
Yeah, because I'm saying it. They look stupid as fuck. Okay? They look stupid as fuck.
To the consultants and analysts. McKinsey told us in 2022 that
to
the
look
metaverse
like an
was
idiot.
too big for companies to ignore. They predicted that 15% of corporate
Look,
revenue.
you can look like an idiot for significantly cheaper than $3,500. Okay, just saying. You don't have to spend $3,500 to look real dumb.
Would come from the metaverse by 2027. So that should be happening anytime soon.
I do it
Citi
for free
predicted
every
5
day.
billion metaverse users, and Jeffrey said that it would disrupt almost everything in human life. Sometimes the thing that everyone is laughing at deserves to be laughed at. The broader question is why so many intelligent people got this so wrong. Part of the answer is that the metaverse hype coincided with an unusual moment in financial history. Late 2021 was the peak of near zero interest rates and free capital. NFTs were selling for millions, crypto was booming, and in that environment, the idea that people would pay to live inside a video game didn't seem obviously more insane than anything else that was going on at the time. It was only when interest rates rose that people started asking whether any of this made sense.
Forgot Jimmy Fallon was a big
answer, as it
NFT
turned
guy.
out, was no. Now, while all of this was happening, Meta was also running an entirely different.
I just remember when the Bored Apes first came out, and all I could think was, I don't get it. And the general sentiment was, yeah, well, you wouldn't. Yeah, well, you wouldn't get it. I was like, okay, well, I don't get it. This seems pretty stupid. You know, I think sometimes things really are exactly how they seem, and people like to pretend otherwise. And a lot of this shit is so on the surface stupid. And you go, what am I missing here? Huh? What am I missing? What? Because Jimmy Fallon's promoting it? Yeah, that makes it even stupider. Should that not be a red flag? Should that not be a red flag that Jimmy Fallon is promoting this stuff? People always try to sell me on blockchain, but never NFTs. That was my red flag.
Business, one that people actually used. And that business is now the subject of what analysts are calling social media's tobacco moment. Last week, a jury in Los Angeles found that Meta's platforms, Instagram in particular, and Google's YouTube, had been designed to be addictive to children.
Would Vincent van Gogh be a millionaire if his artwork was also NFTs? Vincent van Gogh was not a millionaire.
And that these
his work now sells for a lot of money, but he died in poverty. He died penniless. As is the case for some of the greatest artists of history. Died in poverty and depression. Died in poverty and depression like the rest of us. Yeah. Also, the concept of trying to create a hypothetical of Vincent van Gogh selling his work being NFTs.
Companies that failed to warn users of the dangers. The jury awarded $6 million in damages, with Meta liable for 70%. Separately, a jury in New Mexico found Meta liable for failing to protect children from explicit content and ordered the company to pay $375 million in civil penalties. Meta's stock lost $280 billion in market capitalization in March 2026 alone, which is more than 3 times the total amount Meta lost on the metaverse over 7 years. Let's be serious here. Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook not for social connection, but as a form of revenge against humanity.
It originated because he wanted to rate women. Let's not forget that. He's a fucking creep, like all of these men are. All these tech bros, they're all creeps and losers, and they were unpopular, and they wanted to change that. Yeah, always out here being pervs and creeps and losers.
Created it because he was rejected by a girl in 2004 and decided that the only logical response was to dismantle the concept of human privacy forever. Instagram isn't a social network or a photo.
Yeah, isn't that crazy to think that our data has been so it has been so thoroughly pilloried and profited from, and all because Mark Zuckerberg got rejected by a woman, that we all live in this digital surveillance panopticon. We are subjected to the forced rule of these tech losers. And it's all because Mark Zuckerberg got rejected.
Sharing website. It's a forensic archive of your aunt's descent into QAnon and every haircut you've ever had that made you look like a medieval peasant.
My doctor's daughter roomed with his now wife, and he would crash on the floor because he was so fucking cheap. He's fucking sucked forever. Yeah.
What Mark Zuckerberg calls social media is better described as being a digital Victorian
I didn't think about it that way before. Thank you, Caroline.
Caroline
from Men.
To mind their own self-esteem for life.
Caroline from Men.
The details that came out of the trial are worth dwelling on. Zuckerberg testified that he had personally overruled a proposed ban on Instagram beauty filters that make users look more attractive, despite warnings from 18 separate experts.
A creepy nerd in Boston got rejected in the 2000s, and now my parents are fascists.
That they were contributing to body dysmorphia in teenage girls. The reason he gave was free expression. Internal emails included one from a researcher who wrote that Instagram is a drug, we're basically pushers, and noted that Instagram chief Adam Mosseri freaked out when this was raised. Internal documents showed that boosting time spent on the platform, including amongst teenage users, was an explicit goal. Zuckerberg told the court that Meta no longer set such targets, but the jury was then shown the documents in which he had set exactly those targets. One of the FT journalists present when Zuckerberg testified observed that he's not a sympathetic character. The man who decided that the future of human interaction should be a virtual world designed by him was now in a courtroom explaining why he had overruled medical advice about the harm his products were doing to children. The irony here is so perfectly constructed, it almost seems planned. Meta spent $88 billion trying and failing to get people addicted to virtual reality. The products people are actually addicted to, the ones that generate $200 billion a year, may now potentially be destroying the company through litigation. They built an experience machine that nobody got in, and the machine that they left running in the corner was the one causing all of the damage. Tobacco's problem was that its product was too popular, too addictive, and too harmful. The Metaverse's problem was that it wasn't popular at all. Meta in 2026 had managed to have both problems at the same time. One division spent $88 billion building something nobody wanted.
What if
the other
Meta
built
made
something
vapes?
that almost everyone used and was now being sued for how well it works. This is, in its own way, an extraordinary business achievement. Free cash flow at Meta is expected to shrink by 83% this year, even as revenues grow. The company is laying off hundreds of workers to fund its AI ambitions. The company will likely be called Meta for the foreseeable future, permanently branded after a product that lasted about 4 years. This company has now changed its name twice from a website built in a Harvard dorm room to rate the attractiveness of students to one of the most powerful media companies in history, to the name of a virtual world that couldn't render legs. Each name has represented a version of what Mark Zuckerberg believed the future would look like. Each time he's been very confident. 2 out of 3 times he's been right. The question nobody can answer is whether $88 billion was a reasonable price to pay to find out that people didn't want to live in a cartoon space station. They were speculating with the kind of confidence usually reserved for people spending other people's money. And the result was a failure that was only a surprise to those who were being paid to believe in it. If you found this video interesting, you should.
Essentially, it is a perfect example of when corporate strategy is completely disconnected from actual user needs, when it has nothing to do with what people want, has nothing to do with users' needs, but has everything to do with what the company is trying to accomplish. And Meta was trying to ensure that they could compete against Apple and Google. And they were completely disconnected because they never offered anything that would give users a reason to show up, to use their products. It's just greed and absolute corporate stupidity. Metaverse about to pop off any day now. Any day now. Well, 2027 was the year that they said things were going to be, everyone's going to be in the metaverse. Things were going to be really popping in there. Really popping. Mark Zuckerberg desperately trying to invent a world in which he's not a total fucking loser. Yeah, that is simply impossible. So people are compounding a how-to guidebook on self-destructive leadership. It is going to be remembered as one of the greatest all-time tech fuck-ups. A total miscalculation because it's all narcissism and greed and having no actual understanding nor motivation to offer something of use. Ay. All right, what do I have next here? Okay, we talked about that, and we talked about this, and oh my God. Did y'all see this story? Justin Fairfax, who is, he was the previous lieutenant governor in Virginia, and he killed his wife and himself. They were going through a divorce, and his children were home, and he killed their mother and killed himself in front of his kids, and the kids called 911. Yeah. And if you remember, in 2019, there were sexual assault allegations that came out about Justin Fairfax. I can't remember if that is what led to him leaving office. I think he left office in 2022. Let's see. Let's look at a couple news reports on this. Okay.
Breaking news right now out of Virginia, where police say the former lieutenant governor there, Justin Fairfax, shot and killed his wife before turning the gun on himself.
Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife
He
inside
resisted
of their
calls
home
for him to
and
resign.
then shot and killed himself. A mother shot and killed, taken from her children, and then he takes his own life.
Yeah, and wasn't he a rising star in the Democratic Party?
Authorities say the couple's 2 teenage children were both home at the time when the
People thought he was going to become governor.
shootings occurred. Their son calling 911 shortly after midnight, initially thinking that his mom had been stabbed.
Oh, wait. He was going to replace Northam after his blackface scandal. Okay, I remember that. Yep, I remember the blackface scandal. And then the essay allegations came out. The essay allegations came out in 2019. They were allegations dating to 2000 and 2004. He was the second African-American elected statewide in Virginia. Was the 41st lieutenant governor from 2018 to 2022.
Claire stating that his dad might have stabbed his mom, saying that she's laying on the ground bleeding, can see holes in her shirt. Heard a fight about a minute ago. Unknown where his father is now.
And you can see there just video of the presence of law enforcement outside of the home. Police say the shootings come amid an ongoing domestic dispute between the couple who were in the middle of a, quote, messy divorce. NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach made his way to their home in Annandale, Virginia. He joins us live. Gary, it's obviously haunting.
This happened
it's
today,
shocking.
yeah.
We know police right now are in the early stages of this investigation. What more are we learning?
Yeah, Sam, just about 2 hours ago, we saw 2 body bags rolled out on 2 gurneys from the Fairfax family home just behind me. We're told by police those were the bodies of former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax and his wife, Serena.
God, those poor kids.
We know that what happened was just after midnight. His teenage son called police saying that they found his mother was injured and was bleeding. She was indeed shot by Justin Fairfax. Justin Fairfax then taking his own life with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. We do know they were in the middle of divorce proceedings. We don't exactly know what, of course, caused this event.
Right. Of course, this was a public figure who had been involved in some controversy previously. What more do we know? Details about this contentious divorce, and perhaps if there were documents involved that could have been recently delivered. What did authorities say?
Honestly, I am so sick and tired of the term crime of passion because of how it romanticizes this type of violence that is often rooted in misogyny, and it is a term that is used all the time, and I think it's gotta go. Crime of passion created to cover up the fact that men are so emotional.
Yeah, so there's court proceedings going on right now about this divorce, and we are learning a lot from an order that came out just a few days ago from a circuit court judge here in Fairfax County that he apparently had purchased a handgun back in 2022 with money that was supposed to be for his kids' horseback riding lessons. He says it was for personal security after he left the lieutenant governor job because he no longer was afforded security by the governor's office. Of course,
It also rings of victim blaming because it will be used to describe acts that happened because of provocation, right? It's like, oh, well, this husband was just so upset because of something his wife had said or done, and it was a crime of passion.
we do not know if that handgun is the same gun that was used in the incident last night. We also know from these documents that he was...
Joe Biden tweeted this a day before the accusations came out. There's no place for racism in America. Governor Northam has lost all moral authority and should resign immediately. Justin Fairfax is the leader Virginia needs now. No joke. This was such a fucking shit show because all right, here, let's look at here's the wiki on it. On January 30th, Northam had made controversial comments about abortion during a WTOP interview about the Repeal Act, where he stated that if a severely deformed or otherwise non-viable fetus was born after an unsuccessful abortion attempt, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother or family desired. The comment sparked an outcry as conservative politicians and media figures characterized his comments as promoting infanticide. After the yearbook photo was publicized, many conservative media outlets compared the two controversies and described them as a bad week for the governor. So images from his medical school yearbook were published on the right-wing website Big League Politics. Shows an unidentified person in blackface and an unidentified person in a Ku Klux Klan hood on Northam's page in the yearbook. Northam later said he's 99% sure of who the people are who were on the yearbook page. It's unclear if he has or had affiliations to the Ku Klux Klan. According to the WAPO, the photo was sent as a tip to Big League Politics by one or more medical school classmates who were concerned about his abortion comments. I'm concerned about the medical school classmates being concerned. Anyway, shortly after the news broke, he apologized for appearing in the photo. Separately, in 1981, yearbook from the Virginia Military Institute listed Coonman as one of Northam's nicknames, interpreted as a racial slur. The following day, Northam held a press conference in which he reversed his stance and denied that he appeared in the photo, but did admit to having darkened his face with shoe polish as part of a Michael Jackson costume around the same time. Northam said only 2 people at VMI referred to him, and he regretted its inclusion in the yearbook. Yikes. Okay, so then Fairfax was preparing for Northam to resign. Okay. So people were calling on him to step down. And then, so January 30th is when this happens. February 3rd, it's reported that Fairfax had been accused by Vanessa Tyson, an associate professor at Scripps College and fellow at Stanford University, of sexual assault at a hotel at the 2004 Democratic. Oh my God, I forgot that the sexual assault allegations that came out alleged that this took place at the DNC. Oh my God, the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. Fairfax denied it, saying that his encounter was consensual and that this was intended to smear him, blah, 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 blah. On February 8th, a second woman came forward with sexual assault allegations against him, alleging that he raped her in a premeditated and aggressive attack in 2000 while they were both undergrad students at Duke. The second accusation led to a cascade of calls from fellow Democrats. And then on February 6th, Mark Herring, who had called on Northam to resign, issued a statement in which he admitted to wearing blackface himself. Oh my God. Mark Herring admitted to wearing blackface himself as a 19-year-old University of Virginia student, saying he was trying to look like rapper Curtis Blow at a party. The scandal added to the tumult that now engulfed the entire executive branch of Virginia's government. Herring's revelation led to a pause in the demands for resignation as Democrats and many Republicans were unsure of how to react to the expanding crisis. At that point, it was like, hey, has anyone here, raise your hand if you haven't done blackface. Raise your hand if you haven't done blackface, if you haven't sexually assaulted someone. Anyone? And somebody said, what's up with politicians and blackface? The reality is what's up with so many people in blackface? It's just that politicians have a spotlight on them, and it's called op research. It's the kind of stuff that gets dug up by political opponents. So that's why there seem to be a disproportionate number of stories of politicians with blackface, but a lot of people were doing blackface. A lot of people were doing blackface. It's really only been a recent thing that the culture has gone, yeah, we shouldn't do that. But then you have Jake Paul, who's like, I'm going to do blackface because Drewski did whiteface. So there are still racist idiots out there who are like, yeah, in the year 2026, I'm doing blackface. So, yeah, that was a mess of a time for Virginia politics, especially with the Democratic Party. But then Fairfax didn't end up leaving until his term ended in January 2022. And now, fast forward to today, and this horrible, horrible story of him killing his wife and then killing himself.
Ordered to be out of the home behind me
in
by
the
April
home where their
30th.
children
That's
are.
2 weeks from today. So certainly there was a lot bubbling up.
He ran
on
for
that
governor
part
and
of his
placed
life as well,
fourth.
Sam.
Yeah,
Could be a very critical piece of
it was done for
information
him.
there. And Gary, lastly, back in 2019, 2 women had accused Fairfax, right, of sexual assault, but he denied the allegations. It was a major topic of conversation in the governor's race that year when he was running. What more can you tell us about those claims?
This was a really big deal because Justin Fairfax was at one point seen as potentially being the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia after Ralph Northam got in trouble for some of those racist photos of him in blackface. These allegations came out.
He was scheduled to appear in court on the 21st, and he had accused his wife of assault, but interior security cameras that she had installed showed that no assault took place. So he accused her of that, I'm assuming because of their custody battle. And she accused him of being an alcoholic and not contributing to his expenses that he needed to pay, like child support. And they had an upcoming court date on the 21st. They were living together, though they were separated and going through this divorce and custody battle.
In 2019, and I do want to read this just to make sure I'm completely accurate.
And apparently he was confirmed. Hold on a second. It was revealed that Fairfax had been ordered to move out of their home by the end of this month. By the end of April, he was supposed to move out, and he would be fined $300 a day for every day he did not comply, and he had to compensate his wife for the money he owed her, and he was confirmed to have lost custody of their kids. So essentially, he looked at his situation and went, yeah, you know, the way out of this is I'm going to murder my wife and then kill myself in front of my children and leave them traumatized for the rest of their lives and also without any parents.
In what these allegations are. Vanessa Tyson saying that Fairfax forced her to perform oral sex in a Boston hotel room during the 2004 Democratic National Convention.
I wasn't paying attention. He's black and did blackface. No, Ralph Northam and then the other guy did blackface.
So this happened decades ago.
He
and Meredith Watson came out 2 days later
had sexual
after
assault
those allegations came, saying that he raped her in the year 2000 when they were students
P-Shack, thank you
at
for the tier
University.
one.
Sam.
Gary Grumbach
Yep, I'm
with some
beat. Thank you for the
difficult
prime.
reporting there. Thank you so much, Gary. And if you or anyone else you know is struggling, you can call or text 988
Bro, this
to reach
is
the National.
it is so fucked
Governor
up.
Abigail Spanberger is speaking out about the murder of Dr. Serena Fairfax. Gun violence prevention advocates are also remembering the legacy Dr. Fairfax leaves behind and are asking for an end to gun violence. Madison Schlegel joins us in the studio with those reactions. Madison.
Governor Spanberger calls the murder of Dr. Serena Fairfax a tragedy. It's a sentiment shared not only by her family, but her entire community in Fairfax, Virginia. Dr. Serena Fairfax was the head of Dr. Fairfax & Associates Family Dentistry. According to the practice's website, she graduated from Duke University in 1999 before attending Virginia Commonwealth University, where she got her Doctor of Dental Surgery degree in 2005. The site also says Dr. Serena Fairfax spent hundreds of hours continuing her education in the field, serving as a member of the American Dental Association, the Virginia Dental Association, and the Northern Virginia Dental Society. And according to Virginia Commonwealth University's website, Dr. Fairfax was awarded an Alumni Association Award from the school as an outstanding graduate of the last decade. In a statement on Thursday, Governor Abigail Spanberger described Dr. Fairfax as a devoted mother, a beloved dentist in the Fairfax County community, and an engaged supporter of her alma mater, Virginia Commonwealth University. The governor also highlighting the impacts of domestic violence and mental health concerns. Their concerns March for Our Lives, an organization working to end gun violence, shares. Executive Director Jacqueline Corin says Dr. Fairfax's death speaks to a larger issue of how Black women are disproportionately impacted by incidences of gun-related domestic violence.
Their experiences are often left out of the broader conversation. So our intention here was to uplift those stories, those women. And if we're not naming who is most affected, we're not building solutions that actually meet the scale or the reality of the problem.
And on top of that, the interim dean of VCU School of Dentistry says that Dr. Fairfax embodied the ideals of their profession, going on to say she was a mentor, role model, and friend to many in our school. Madison Schlegel, 13 News Now.
All right, thank you so much, Madison.
Yeah,
According to a public post from Justin Fairfax on Facebook in June of 2017, the couple met at Duke University and got married in June 2006.
God damn.
So in just the last few hours, we have.
Yeah, I mean, multiple things happening in this case. You have domestic violence, gun violence. Here is okay, wait, I watched that.
Following breaking developments in the murder-suicide involving Virginia's former Lieutenant Governor.
God, I can't stop thinking about those kids. I can't stop thinking about those kids being in the house and witnessing as their father shot their mother multiple times and then killed himself. And then they called 911.
Justin Fairfax and his wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax.
Police tell us it happened overnight at the couple's home in Annandale while their 2 teen children were inside. The court documents indicate the couple were going through a complicated divorce. They reveal complaints Justin Fairfax was drinking heavily and struggling with money. The couple was just in court last month working out a custody agreement for their 2 children. Despite allegations of spousal abuse, a joint custody agreement was on the table.
Now, as we've been telling you, Justin Fairfax was at one time a rising political star in Virginia and was so close to becoming the Commonwealth's second black governor. But his fall was as swift as his rise. I spoke with Fairfax frequently after 2 women came forward with sexual assault allegations. Fairfax told me on many occasions he was focused on clearing his name and protecting his family. Here is part of our conversation from back in 2019.
The executive mansion was in sight, with Ralph Northam engulfed in scandal over this racist photo on his yearbook page.
Sophie Nelson, a Virginia author and journalist who described Justin Fairfax as a close friend, said on Thursday that he never moved past the 2019 allegations. She told the AP that during a group text with her and another friend Tuesday night, he expressed how the recent sexual assault allegations against Democratic Representative Eric Swalwell of California, which we covered, we covered that whole thing, had brought back for him what he continued to insist was an unfair rush to judgment. Yeah, nothing says I'm innocent of having assaulted these women like murdering my wife. Nelson said she and other friends repeatedly asked Fairfax to seek help and orphaning your children. Yeah, they asked Fairfax to seek help. She urged him to move out, but believes he wasn't able to do financially. I was concerned as there were other close friends, fraternity brothers, family members. There were talks of suicidal thoughts. Show that he had financial challenges following the sexual assault allegations, which prompted his resignation as a partner at a prestigious law firm.
Justin Fairfax, the state's lieutenant governor, was told by his team to get ready.
I'm thinking about, my family. I'm thinking about, how this will change things for a lot of people.
He spent a weekend in early February planning to move his family from Northern Virginia to Richmond.
If that had happened, if he had made the decision to resign and I was elevated to the governorship, I also would have been the only African-American governor in the entire United States of America.
And accusations that you were trying to obstruct justice.
Thanks, guys. Heading home. Had a good day. Thank you, guys.
That planning quickly cut short. He was labeled a rapist and predator, accused of sexual assault by Dr. Vanessa Tyson in 2004 and Meredith Watson when they were students at Duke University in 2000.
We are hearing from 2 women who.
Those claims amplified this week by Republicans with a campaign ad.
Forcibly sexually assaulted and raped me.
Featuring Tyson and Watson's interview on CBS This Morning earlier this year.
You have to hold someone down. It's not consensual.
A lot of people are wondering, why would these 2 women risk their own lives, their own safety, and publicly make these claims against you?
It's unfortunate because these claims are false.
So there's still that why.
You know, it's unfortunate. I can't claim to know, the exact motives in the minds of someone who would do this.
Fairfax says it was consensual and is still on a campaign to try and clear his name, from passing lie detector tests to publicly pleading before his colleagues.
No facts, no due process, no evidence, no nothing.
He also stepped down as partner from his Northern Virginia law firm, focusing solely on his job as lieutenant governor, a part-time job paying $36,000 a year.
There's obviously people out there who didn't want to see me in this position, right? And they were willing to, do things to try to stop me from serving in that role or from advancing.
Now, no criminal charges were filed following those sexual abuse allegations. Fairfax sued CBS, by the way, for defamation over the interviews with his two accusers. A judge dismissed that case back in 2021. In the last 2 hours, we've received a statement from the attorney of one of those accusers, Meredith Watson. She says, quote, there were decades of signs of his anger and mistreatment of women, and he used the court system to intimidate his victims and news outlets. Society must be more responsive when women report these crimes.
Trying to make it sound like they didn't want to see a black governor is disingenuous. That's like Eric Swalwell and his supporters saying it's because he was going after Donald Trump. Eric Swalwell was the biggest attack dog of Donald Trump, where it's like, really? Because I remember Eric Swalwell signing a thing to thank ICE officers. He signed with a bunch of Republicans during Donald Trump's second administration. Like, this was recently, with ICE doing everything ICE has been doing on behalf of Donald Trump's orders. Is Eric Swalwell really the number one fighter against Donald Trump out here? Really? He voted in favor with Trump a lot. Yeah. But it's the same shit. It is, these outside forces are trying to tear this person down. These are disingenuous smears. There is an ulterior motive here, blah, 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 blah.
When we cover stories like this, we always want to remind people there is help available. There are some resources on your screen right now. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-SAFE. You can also chat with someone live at the hotline.org.
Ash, thank you for the 9 months.
Or text the word START to 88788. These resources are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And remember, you are never alone.
Oh my God, just unbelievably tragic. Just terrible.
Controversial.
Just fucking terrible. And man, do we have a real issue with violence in our culture, domestic violence, gun violence, sexual violence. But I wonder what Lacey has to say about it. That's who I like to get my takes from. All right, so here is what is going on with Clavicular, who overdosed on stream a couple nights ago, and his PR rep has quit working for him because he's one of the only people, I think, who's trying to get Clavicular help, and Clavicular is refusing help. Overdosed on what? Well, apparently it was tire cleaner. And as I said yesterday, these guys are consuming things that I've never even heard of, or that I didn't know people were consuming to get high. Looks Maxing influencer and streamer Clavicular's PR rep Mitchell Jackson is no longer working with him days after he was hospitalized for suspected overdose. Clavicular's PR person Mitchell Jackson has quit working with the streamer until he agrees to get treatment for his addiction. Journalist Taylor Lorenz tweeted Thursday, which has been confirmed. The Looks Maxing influencer and online streamer whose real name is Brandon Peters thinks he's invincible, and nobody's invincible. If Braden wants to get sober and get healthy, he would be willing to rejoin him because he values him as a person. Okay, so here's a recap on what the fuck happened.
Says he is home from the hospital after he appeared to suffer an overdose during a live stream last night. CBS News chief correspondent Matt Gutman has more.
This story focuses around Braden Peters, also known as Clavicular, an online influencer who was one of the pioneers.
It's an inhalant. It's similar to how Aaron Carter died. Yeah. The thing is, though, is that it's a cocktail mix of drugs. He's obviously consuming a lot of meth. He's addicted to meth. And it's a laundry list. It's like a CVS list long of what he is consuming on a daily basis.
Of something called looks maxing. Tuesday night in Miami, he appeared woozy on this live stream. He live streamed constantly and then appears to overdose. He is carried out of this nightclub by security, loaded into a waiting SUV. You could see an ambulance right behind. And then very early the next morning, he posted about having taken too much of a substance and getting these scratches on his face from some sort of respirator that was used in the hospital. Now, Peters, also known as Clavicular or Clav as he prefers, has gained a lot of controversy recently because of looks maxing and the extremes he has taken and other young people have taken to increase or maximize their attractiveness to women. Peters has talked about...
I don't know if they're going to play the original clip here. So this is, look at this. First of all, they're in what, an empty club? An empty club?
Holy me. Dude. How do you feel?
You can see here, you can see in this guy's brain, him understanding that something is wrong with his buddy Clav, but God forbid we turn the stream off. It's like there is, you can see that battle of, so Clavicular might be dying right now, but we got to keep streaming. And I'm just going to kind of keep going with it.
When did you last take blues? You want natty? You want natty?
Do you want an Addy? Do you want an Addy? Like they're just ripping substances constantly. Constantly.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry. I'm trying my best to lock in, but I'm a little destroyed right now.
I'm from Brazil.
Brazil.
I'm Brazil. I'm speaking English. So
Why is that guy wearing a wig?
What's your question?
You speak Portuguese?
Yeah.
Portuguese.
Holy shit, dude. I'm trying my best, but fucking destroyed right now. All right, have a good rest of your day. Take care.
Oh, thank you.
Bye. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
You're Brazilian, bro. That was all you.
Yeah,
bro.
dude.
Look at how white he
That was
is.
10 out of 10 Stacy, Brazilian.
Okay.
She get her number.
I need water? Probably.
Get her number. Get her number. Get her number. Hold it down. Get her number.
Holy fuck. What's up, man? How are you? What's up, man? Holy fuck. What's it say? 100%. Get no pussy?
Dude, I'm trying to cold approach like you.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Let it go, bro.
Nice to meet you. How are you, man? What's up, brother?
Thank you, bro. I appreciate
Oh my
you.
god. All right, take care.
This guy's shirt says an arrow and gets no
Arrow.
pussy.
Yeah.
Can you take it?
Can I take it? Sorry, I can't even.
Girls,
I'm absolutely gone.
girls, what are we doing? Why are we going up and wanting to take pictures with Clavicular or any of these guys? Girls, what are we doing? Girls.
Holy fuck.
Oh shit.
Girls, what's going on?
Holy shit. Take care. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm having a great time right now. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let me go sit somewhere. What's up, guys? Where's somewhere I can sit down for a second? Oh yeah, upstairs? Oh my god. Oh fucking hell. Oh my god, man. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Holy fuck. Oh my god, yeah. No, I'm having a good time. Holy fuck. Yeah, let me go sit somewhere. Holy fuck. Let's go sit down right here. Oh yeah? Haha. Oh my god.
So this was that. So this is the beginning of the clip.
Oh my God.
So this is the full.
Holy fuck.
The full thing.
How fucked are you? What? How fucked up are you? Dude, I'm gone. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, I was late shit. Holy fuck. Holy me. Dude. Oh. How do you feel?
This guy just sitting here vaping.
When did you last take blues?
Oh my god, they're so brain
want an
dead.
Addy?
They are so
You want an
brain
Addy?
dead.
You want an Addy?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, and then they were still streaming and as they're carrying him out. Yeah, the one dude at the end of that clip being like, like this guy following, I think he's part of the camera team who's got his phone. Make sure we can't miss a single moment. Can't miss a single moment of content. This is perverse. It is so disturbing. It is so fucked up. You know, to me, this is the place that we are at with live streaming in this attention economy and hordes of young people who are engaging in this kind of stuff and inspired to do this themselves, or I don't know, this is what they consume all day. Like, it's so black. It is so Black Mirror, but it's so of course this is where we were always going to end up, you know? Of course. This is what happens when there's no limits, when there's no boundaries, no anything. I mean, there are a lot of streamers who genuinely do not know how to live without streaming what they're doing. It's like the streamers who went to Coachella and they were trying to stream there, and they were so upset when they couldn't stream. Like they just can't, they can't experience anything. And where everyone is fighting to feel significant in a world stripped of meaning. Yeah. It's like, well, this is the way that you make money. This is the way that you do it. This is the way that you max. You know, you money max. This is the game, yo.
Faced with a fist, sometimes using a hammer to try to get a more chiseled look on his cheekbones and his jawbone, to taking methamphetamine, to steroid use since the age of 14.
This is capitalism maxing.
The use of amphetamines in general just to stay slim as he tried to bulk up. He also gained controversy in February for allegedly instigating a fight between two women, which he live streamed in order to get clicks.
And the thing is that it works. He went from nobody. He had no views. He had no following. Even still, you look at his views on YouTube, it's hardly anything. I mean, he has gained following on Kick, and a lot of people know his name now because he's been profiled in like every major publication. But it's like problem begetting problem where we do live in an attention economy. And so people are doing more and more extreme things for attention because it's rewarded.
He was charged with a
He's
misdemeanor.
huge on TikTok. Yeah, he's big on
In
TikTok.
that case, he has not yet pleaded and hasn't been convicted of a crime, but it's part of a general trend which has gained him a bunch of criticism for alleged misogyny and his approach towards women in some of the live streams. And recently he did
Alleged misogyny. No, it's just straight up
an
misogyny.
interview on 60 Minutes Australia in which he was not apologetic for what he did. But when the interviewer asked him about his reported association with people like Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate, two very controversial online figures, he walked out of the interview. We don't know if he is going to face any charges for this. At this point, we understand he is not, and already posted again online talking about a new club that he is opening very shortly. Back to you.
All right, Matt Gutman, thank you. The Free Press reporter River Page has written about the rise of looks maxing and joins us now. Okay, so for somebody who doesn't know what this is,
if we lived in a healthy society that took care of its people, there is no incentive here for clavicular. There is no structure here for clavicular and all the others.
help us understand it and some of the extreme methods that are used.
So looks maxing is basically this online subculture of young men who believe that they need to do whatever they can to get as hot as possible.
Because it's CBS.
I believe that like the only way you're going to be able to succeed in your romantic life and to a certain extent like get a good job and all this other stuff is to be attractive. And I wrote about this at the Free Press, but like some of the people I interviewed one guy who was injecting filler, like hyaluronic acid, into his heels to try to make himself taller. There's this thing called bone smashing where you take a hammer and you hit yourself in the cheekbone or the jaw, and the theory is that the bones will grow back stronger and more prominent. Anabolic steroid use is very, very common.
I mean, these are the extreme methods being used by influencers who also know the power of inducing rage and being outrageous. But is there evidence to show that people are following this?
Well, yeah, I mean,
but also like they are deeply insecure. They are economically, societally, it's not just doing outrageous things to do outrageous things. And particularly clavicular, he is mentally ill. He is autistic. He is incredibly, he has social anxiety and deep insecurity. So that's a big part of it here too. And so he does all these things because yes, it gets attention, but also it's how he can stream for 12, 14, 15 hours a day. Because remember, y'all, these guys don't stream the way that I and other streamers that you probably watch stream. They are live for like 14 fucking hours. And it's just cameras following them around everywhere. They're IRL streaming. They just go around and they interface a lot of times with people who are, say, on the streets of Miami, make a lot of content out of these street interactions, fans who come up. Talked about how COVID lockdown mentally destroyed him. He needs help. Yes, he needs help.
In my reporting, I was looking at these forums where these are people who are not famous, a lot of them alarmingly young too, like 14, they're using meth. I
just got a collab request from Julian. I know it was an accident, but I was like, oh, hi, Julian.
You know, one of the quotes I have is this kid who's like, I've been using meth to make my cheeks more hollow, but my heart rate has been increasing a lot. And like, should I go to a doctor? And he listed his beats per minute. And it's just like crazy. It's so.
And again, their whole thing is lifestyle. It's all about them. It's all about people consuming every moment of their day-to-day interactions. That's what these IRL streamers do. It's not like they're sitting down doing the news. It's not like, oh, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to cook something in the kitchen. It's going to be a cooking stream. It's like you see, they're doing drugs, they're walking around, they're going to places. I cannot express how bad meth, Adderall, and tire cleaner is as a combo. Yeah, I think just common sense tells you that that's horrible. His entire nervous system is probably already shot. He may suffer seizures for the rest of his life. Once he stops, the damage is permanent, but his life can be saved. Yeah, but he apparently doesn't listen to anyone around him except for the people who are exploiting him and are a part of this enterprise.
A lot of these kids who are just using all these different drugs or buying Chinese research chemicals off the internet. It's very just like DIY. How do you say
Yeah,
it?
do it yourself.
Do it
DIY.
yourself.
Is it
Yeah,
mostly young men and boys?
Yeah, mostly young men. I don't know if I ever encountered one over like 30. And a lot of them alarmingly young, like I said. I think the youngest one that I found was like 13.
What are you finding culturally that this is having its moment, that the pressure that males are facing right now?
I think that, for most of history, if you were a man, the way that you attracted a woman or whatever is that you like became a provider and you became, you got a good job, you got a good education, whatever. Now everybody's dating online. It's all about your face and how you look. Like there is a sort of perverse logic to the looks maxer mindset, which is that it's very difficult to date as a young person. If you're on the apps, if you're not.
Back in the day, men got women because women couldn't have jobs or credit cards, or if they did get married, they couldn't get divorced. If couldn't get divorced, didn't really have a lot of options. Women would literally be sold off as property.
Very attractive, and so I think what. These things like, for example, bodybuilding. Bodybuilding was like a niche outsider sport until the 80s, and then it becomes like really, really big. And so like this hasn't always been the case, even if we talk about before looks maxing. The focus on men's bodies and has like really, it's a really new thing that arose with like mass media, TV in the 80s, and it's kind of just escalated, and now it's algorithmatized online.
And real quick, a part of that algorithm, what is Clavicular's role in that, in bringing looks maxing now to the forefront of of the zeitgeist?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we would be talking about looks maxing if it weren't for Clavicular. He has a sort of charm about him. He has this he uses looks maxing lingo, which is like,
I feel like Homeboy's trying to make this into a male loneliness epidemic thing, which doesn't exist. Everyone's alienated, lonely because of capitalism. That's the real problem. Yeah, and this is my fucking issue, is that it's always the conversation on. It's just about men. It's the men who are making this content. It's the men who are consuming this content. There are plenty of girls and women who are getting pink pilled. That's the term. That's, obviously similar to red pilled, but pink pilled because it's specifically about the radicalization of women. And they're not getting at the root issues here. I'm not surprised because this is free press. It's a free press guy on CBS.
Coffee cup maxing. I don't know. It's just really weird
Level
stuff.
Up, Mog.
Yeah, and a lot of people are kind of watching it as like, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to talk like this. And I think because he's so extreme, because he was like, yeah, I started doing meth when I was 16, and I'm sterile at 20, and all this other stuff. It was just so outrageous. I think it got people's attention.
Lot to be said there for that and some other influencers there in the so-called manosphere, but we'll save that for another day. River Page.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's this value that's put on looks, which has always been the truth for women, right? For women, youth and beauty. That's what these misogynistic influencers like Andrew Tate will talk about, that women are born with value if they're pretty, if they're young and pretty. That's their value. That's what they have. As men, you have to create it for yourself. Nobody's going to take care of you. Nobody's going to let you fly on their private plane. You have to own the private plane. You have to create the value. So it's just depending on what, sub community you're in, but it's the reason that it's successful is because you have these grifters. You have ones who are at the top of the pyramid scheme here, who are speaking to an audience that is increasingly alienated, economically insecure, and feel as if they have been completely abandoned. And so whether it's women and young girls who are being convinced that they need to go live on a homestead and raise babies and live this trad conservative life, and doesn't this look so wonderful? And you know what's made your life harder? Feminism. It's the same thing that they say to men that they say to women. They go feminism, gay rights, all this woke shit has made your life harder, because guess what, women? They now make you go out and work, and you hardly make any money, and you're exhausted all the time, and you have no support. And that is because of feminism. They don't want you to be a mother. They don't want you to be at home baking cookies and raising kids. And look at this beautiful Instagram spread of someone who's doing exactly that. Doesn't she look so happy? Pay no attention to the hashtag ads that she has on her post with 20,000 likes. Isn't this a dream life? And guess what? The feminists don't want you to have that. And this is what they tell the men as well. They say, men, feminism has made you weak. Feminism has disempowered men. So you know what you need to do? You need to go out there and you need to fight against that. You need to create your value. Whether it is you invest in this crypto company, or you smash the bones on your face, you take women by any means necessary. Any means, whether it's just totally by force, a la the Nick Fuentes method, your body, my choice, or it is smash your face with the hammers to achieve absolute perfection, because women are vapid, superficial creatures and they will only see value in you if you are a good-looking man. So that's what's frustrating, is it's like this same shit is being fed to impressionable, vulnerable women as well. It's just the outcome of it looks different. But there is so much pink pilling that is happening. There is so much blaming of something such as feminism for all of the economic and cultural woes that people experience. You see the 60 Minutes interview where he's offended by a question? Yes, because Clavicular is a child. He's a petulant child. And what you can see that when you put him in an actual journalistic setting where the journalist is just slightly pushing back and going, hey, do you identify with incels? Because you use language that is, because that's the thing. He did not invent looks maxing. All of what Clavicular certainly helped to popularize in the mainstream because of mainstream outlets profiling him, that has helped to mainstreamify incel language, that existed. So the reporter asking him, well, you preach these adherence to incel culture and use this language, but you don't consider yourself to be an incel. And he got so pissed and stormed off. The whole disinformation campaign around contraception lately is absolutely nuts. Yes, you know who actually just wrote my girl Kylie Chung. I know she just, I think I actually reposted this. Yeah. After days of reporting on both of these issues concurrently, I wrote about how the playbook of astroturfed online smear campaigns against celebrity women is inspiring the right's approach to attacking birth control. So I've talked about this, but I have seen an influx of propaganda that is specifically women making usually TikToks, other short form content that is propaganda against birth control, that is encouraging women to stop taking birth control, which is all in effort of this broader project that is entirely laid out in Project 2025 to control women. You control their autonomy, you control their bodies. They want women to be having babies, to be at home having babies. And so this propaganda, yeah, we can see what it is, but it's insidious because a lot of people can't, because this is part of the radicalizing. And there are too many people, too many women who are not aware of this being rooted in right wing, in the right wing. Like, this is rooted in right wing ideology and the movement to strip women of rights. The pink pill pipeline through which young women are exposed to anti-feminist ideologies disguised as lifestyle content isn't always limited to tradwife TikToks. Increasingly, this pipeline revolves around pop culture. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah. Increasingly, this pipeline revolves around pop culture and celebrity news. Oh, the thing I talk about every fucking day. God, I love Kylie. Most young women and girls likely don't even realize that news about their favorite artist or movie star might just be a Trojan horse for ultra-conservative horseshit. While working at the feminist magazine Jezebel in 2022, I had the unique vantage point of reporting concurrently on 3 seismic feminist stories: the overturning of Roe v. Wade, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial, including the pervasive online backlash against Heard, and a surging trend of anti-birth control social media content. The timing was no coincidence. In both politics and culture, bad actors were fomenting anti-feminist sentiment among young women, just as the Supreme Court had more or less relegated us to second-class citizens. We were being primed to disbelieve victims, or worse, believe that we deserved abuse. And we were being primed to accept not just the loss of our right to abortion, but eventually our right to birth control. Because remember, they never just stop at one thing. When it comes to anti-trans legislation, gay people who support that, now I get that it's a very small number. If you think that they are not coming for gay rights, you're wrong. If you think that fascism stops when they have achieved one goal, that's just the beginning. They are going after what they perceive to be either the easiest thing to target, or they swing big because if they can achieve that, then it's like, oh, we can do anything. They overturned Roe versus Wade. People thought that wouldn't happen, and then it did happen. And they took that as a very good sign that everything else is fair game. So they have been coming after birth control, 4 years later, I'm watching the same phenomenon at record speed with conservative billionaires and powerhouse organizations weaponizing seemingly harmless celebrity news to draw in a new generation of young women. In the digital age, there's a playbook to drive targeted mass harassment against celebrity women. This typically involves astroturfing tactics from paid professionals who disseminate talking points or specific lines of attack against famous women to influencers who then set the discourse in motion. Bots and misogynistic, misinformed masses of social media users will take the hate campaign from there. Media literacy, fact-checking, and critical thinking have become such a rarity that online hate campaigns against celebrity women can go mile a minute. Just look at Blake Lively's sexual harassment lawsuit against her boss, Justin Baldoni, for extensive evidence of what these coordinated campaigns entail. Or look at the tactics of Johnny Depp's team against Heard. The public eats misogynistic hate campaigns every time. You might be tempted to shrug these patterns off as apolitical, irrelevant celebrity news. But here's the thing. Why is it that people understand when it's men? Why is it that everybody understands the radicalizing of young men? You look at these kick streamers, you look at this world and go, oh, look at these disaffected, disenfranchised, alienated, lonely, isolated, economically insecure young men who are being radicalized. Why don't we see this in this area? Why? And that's what conservatives and the anti-abortion movement are counting on, for us to look the other way while they co-opt this very playbook to attack hormonal birth control, abortion, IVF, domestic violence victims, and more, targeting young female audiences in particular. The right's goal is plainly to get as many young women knocked up as early as possible. The Health and Human Services Department just released a proposed 2027 budget that eliminates the teen pregnancy prevention program. They're furious that teens aren't becoming pregnant like they used to. That there is a reduction in teen pregnancy. It has been on the decline. And they're like, damn, we need to get these teens pregnant. A Fox News analyst recently called it a problem that the birth rate among teens ages 15 to 19 is down. I'm telling you, if these motherfuckers could lower the age of consent to, like, I don't know, when a baby is born, they would. Former Trump administration official and current female lifestyle podcaster Katie Miller. Yeah, you guys see that Katie Miller has a podcast out here where she does lifestyle content. Katie Miller complained the same, tweeting that women and girls' biological destiny is to have babies, not slave behind desks chasing careers while our civilization dies. The message here is clear. Teen girls and women shouldn't be in school or pursuing careers. They should be having babies. While GOP lawmakers pass legislation to strip away our ability to choose school or work, influencers like Miller try to convince us that this is what we want. Consider Evie Magazine, the Peter Thiel-backed conservative women's media outlet that goes out of its way to conceal its conservatism beneath flowery language about celebrating femininity. Most of Evie's content isn't overtly about politics, but seemingly apolitical celebrity news and health and fashion advice. I have increasingly encountered Evie's social media posts organically out in the wild, sometimes liked or shared by young women I know. Me too. I just saw an Evie post the other day pop up, and I know Evie Magazine. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, now hold on a second. But if I didn't know Evie Magazine, it might have been something that tricked me, because it's exactly as Kylie disguised here. It is content that's rooted in far-right ideology and the far-right political movement, but it's disguised. It's not overtly political. You see this a lot with the influencers promoting the divine feminine. Yes, it's very, here's how my boyfriend gets to live in his masculine, which I encourage, while I have sought my divine feminine. Here are 5 ways that I express my divine femininity. 1, listen to Katy Perry's Women's World. A young woman my age might come across Evie via their Instagram Explore page should they see the magazine's post about how Timothée Chalamet is eager to become a father. They might see Evie's quote graphics of Katherine Schwarzenegger saying she can't live without her husband. Yet can't live without her husband, and the reason being because then who would build our daughter's dollhouse? I don't know, Katherine, you or someone that you would hire because you're rich as fuck. And let's be for real, Chris Pratt probably did not build that thing. You probably just took a picture of him, okay? Like, oh, wow, you can't live without your husband, Chris Pratt, because then who else would build your daughter's dollhouse? Perhaps they'll be drawn in by Evie's post about trendy new raw milkmaid dresses, or the magazine's praise for Zendaya saying she'll take a step back from Hollywood when she has kids. Maybe they'll be roped in by retweets sharing Evie's buzzy headlines about how studies show women with bigger boobs face more hate. Next, they might go to Evie's website, where they're likely to see articles. Yeah, and then it's Sydney Sweeney's face. See articles smearing birth control with false claims about its safety and side effects. Independent journalist Emily Amrick recently reported that Evie averages around one anti-birth control article per month. Coincidentally, Evie plans to launch a wearable period tracker that collects data about your cycle. Just your friendly reminder, delete your period apps. Delete your period tracking apps. Teal also happens to own Palantir, the surveillance conglomerate that works closely with the U.S. government. And here's the other thing about this. Okay, so maybe let's take Anne. Okay, Anne here is not necessarily someone who's going to be seeking out anti-birth control content online, but maybe she's maybe she's a big Zendaya fan, or maybe she just loves celebrity news. So she sees this story about Zendaya talking about wanting to take a step back from Hollywood. And she's like, oh, let me read that. Oh, okay. Oh, Zendaya wants to become a mother. Even if that's not really what Zendaya said, that's the way that it's framed. So Anne is reading this story, and then she's like, oh, okay. Then the next thing that's served up to her is some divine, feminine, really an anti-birth control article or TikTok. And so she's watching it and she's like, whoa, wait a second. I didn't know about all these chemicals that are poisoning my body and potentially is what's gonna cause me to have early onset dementia or cancer or whatever. And then Anne starts reading more, and then the algorithm serves her more of that content. And she's like, oh my God, there's so many people who are talking about this. I had no idea about any of this. And she doesn't look into where this is coming from, doesn't look into the origins, doesn't understand that Peter Thiel has financed this magazine, doesn't maybe know who Peter Thiel is. My doctor told me it was safe. Now can I trust my doctor? And then a TikTok will pop up, why you shouldn't always trust your doctor. Hey guys, so I just wanted to talk about something that's kind of personal, and I know it's probably something that a lot of other people experience, and then insert story about bad doctor experience I had. And then that leads into my real purpose, which is to convince women to stop taking birth control. And I touch on something that is probably real for, is most likely a real experience a lot of people have had. An experience where, especially if you're a woman, you're not listened to by your doctor, especially, if you're a Black woman, you're really not listened to by your doctor. And I go, yeah, I have had a terrible experience. Yes, I do feel like my complaints are ignored. I do feel like sometimes they're just writing me a prescription and then shooing me out the door. I do feel that way. That is a real experience I have. That is something I'm frustrated with. Well, let me explain to you. You know what I mean? This is how it works. This is how you have women who, despite what you may believe, it's not just rich white women who are part of the anti-vax movement. Now, you may have like Jenny McCarthy as the face of it, but there are more and more Latina women, Black women, which I understand because, as I just said, Black women, Black and brown women have a particularly horrible time in the medical industry. They are dying more frequently in childbirth. Black women are dying more frequently in childbirth. They are being dismissed. There is so much medical racism. They worry about their children because there have been eras of history where their children were being fucking shot up and euthanized and were the victims of extreme racist practices. So there is a lot of traumatic history that then is informing women and mothers' experiences and their fears. And there's already the fear that you're not a good enough mother because society is telling you you're not a good enough mother. You're never going to be a good enough mother. You're not a perfect mother. So there is all this anxiety, and then it drives them down. It drives them down this pipeline. They end up in the anti-vax world. They end up going from having healthy skepticism or, skepticism informed by real personal history to straight up anti-science. Straight up thinking Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to save the health of this country. Young women may see Evie's articles arguing that feminism has actually made women's lives worse, that we need husbands to provide for us, that our lives are meaningless without children, and so on and so forth. This is the pink pill pipeline. Conservatives know exactly what they're doing, creating cultural consensus for their repressive political agenda. Through the Heritage Foundation, conservatives have articulated a 250-year plan for the U.S., in which young women will voluntarily forego work and school and pop out an endless flow of babies because there are no other options. Evie Magazine is hardly alone. There's a rapidly growing $1 million creator economy of tradwife and female lifestyle influencers. Speaking of the Heritage Foundation, researcher Emma Waters, best known as the White House birth rate whisperer, has a new book that she's promoting with videos on how women can strive to be both a girl boss and a trad wife in one. By being a side hustle trad wife, aka you can run an Etsy shop or take on a part-time job so long as you put your children and your husband first, of course. And this is why a lot of women too are falling victim to these MLM schemes that are like content schemes, content grifts. Hey, Chaos Mama, here's how you can make $10,000 a month on TikTok. Buy my program, do these steps, and you can be a girl boss while also raising your kiddos at home. Shout out to my Chaos Mamas. Julian, thank you so much for the raid. Also, I saw that you sent me a collab request, and I knew it was an accident, and then you canceled it right after. I was talking about the clavicular overdose, and I said, for a second, I was like, is he talking about it too? And was someone like, oh, Caroline's talking about this right now, and they wanted us to have a joint conversation. Anyway, I hope you are well, my dude. And I've been meaning to ask if you want to do pickleball sometime soon. I know Sam has said you guys have played, and I have gotten into pickleball. I am a pickleballer now. Always. Let's go. Y'all, Will and I are actually playing in a mixed doubles tournament this upcoming Tuesday. So I've been playing pickleball for officially 3 weeks, and I'm playing in my first tournament with Willie Neff. It is a dangerous sport. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's mentor is dead. He's dead. He's no longer carrying the flame because of pickleball. Anywho, Julian Raiders, welcome in. Amy Goodman for Prez, thank you for the Prime. Ash, thank you for the 9 months. Anyone else that I forgot to mention there? I appreciate your resub. Thank you very much. Julian Peeps, we are talking about the pink pill pipeline, which I started talking about after we talked about the clavicular stuff. And the pink pill pipeline is the radicalizing of young girls and women to the right, in the same sense that the red pill pipeline is for men. And everybody is always talking about the radicalizing of young men. Oh, young men are so angry. Young men are so isolated. Young men are so lonely. Young men are all watching Andrew Tate. They're all becoming radicalized. And there is a total ignoring of what is going on with women. What is going on with women being affected by the manosphere? That's never talked about. Misogyny is talked about insofar as the tool that these men use, but not emphasis placed on the women who are affected by it. And also not talking about women who are becoming radicalized, women who are finding space to create content that specifically targets women and is often right-wing at its root. That was my worry once Roe versus Wade was overturned. Yes, the end goal here is for women to be in the home, producing children, serving as wives and mothers, and not asking for anything. Not asking for any of these pesky rights, not asking for any type of equality, not out here fighting with the working class. This is a way to divide as well. Because guess what? Women make up the working class as well as men. In fact, because there's more women in the working class. So it is a matter of dividing. You divide and conquer. And women can't be out here protesting and fighting for class equality if they're in the home with 7 kids. If they're, turning half the population into domestic slaves. Speaking of the Heritage Foundation, Emma Waters has this book, blah, 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 being a girl boss and a trad wife. In 2024, far-right influencer Candace Owens launched a media company offering podcasts and hot takes on celebrity news and pop culture, a book club, and a fitness app for young mothers. All of that sounds fairly apolitical. I think, you know what's funny? People do not believe me when I tell them that Candace Owens has only become more popular since she left Daily Wire, and that she has a lot of women who watch her. And she has a lot of people who are not explicitly right-wing in their ideology. People do not believe me when I tell them that she rebranded because this was the goal. This was the plan. This was the goal. And it has been successful. She brags about it. It's like, I am just telling you what Candace is saying in her own words. And people are like, there's no way. No, people aren't watching Candace Owens and fall. I'm like, yes, they are. Yes, they are. And it's so, I know enough when I hear someone saying something or they're like, oh my God, my sister, I was talking to her on the phone and she started saying that stuff. And I'll go, ask her if she watches Candace Owens. And pretty much every time the answer is, yeah. I asked her. She said she listens to her podcast. She said she sees clips of her on TikTok. All of that sounds fairly apolitical, right? But users reeled in by Owens' fitness app might then start watching her YouTube videos, like her 11-minute video denouncing hormonal birth control as unnatural, or her endless rants about how women belong in the home, even as she herself runs a multi-million-dollar business. Perhaps young women who come across Owens' takes on celebrity news will find her tweet stating, "Can you name one objective thing that has gotten better in American society since women were given the right to vote?" That's right. Conservatives are increasingly trying to convince young women that we don't want our right to vote. See, that's the difference here. It's not just, oh, we're going to tell women that they do not get to vote. We're going to convince women that things like the right to vote, things like feminism has actually made their lives worse. When they are responding to how they feel in this current time where they are economically anxious, they are culturally in a limbo, they feel that there is no upward mobility, that this is how it is and how it is fucking sucks. Well, you convince these women the reason for this is because you got the right to vote. And we told you that that would be bad for society. And now we're seeing the consequences of it. We are seeing what happens when women are discouraged from having children, from being in the homes. It's better for everyone. It's better for the society, and it's better for the world. Man, I would actually fucking kill it as one of these pink pillars. I would be so fucking good at this shit. This pink pilled shit. Ugh, I would crush it. Ballerina Kwan. Ballerina Kwan. While some conservative influencers openly advocate for the reversal of the 19th Amendment, others, like Elon Musk, call for childless adults to lose voting rights. I appreciate you using your powers for good and not for evil. Yep. Could you cover the topic of pink pill? We're covering it right now, but yes, I will be covering this more. There's this author I'm trying to get a hold of who wrote an entire book on on pink pilling. But they are hard to reach. I can't really find them on social media, but I might ask Kylie to come on too, because this is Kylie's writing. Kylie is amazing. Here you go. I'm going to link that. Okay. Where was I? It's not hard to yada, yada, yada. Oh, these implicit and explicit attacks on our voting rights increasingly being mainstreamed by popular influencers should terrify us. This agenda is clearly what the right is their sights on next, no matter how radical or unlikely such an outcome might seem right now. It's not hard to imagine why they're targeting women's suffrage. Abortion rights just keep winning at the ballot box, and abortion will continue to win unless a new generation of voters is convinced that we don't want our rights. And the thing is, they're not going for millennials or Gen X women. They're not going for the crowd that like Jennifer Welch appeals to. They're going for Gen Z and younger. And we saw the numbers last election. It was not just young men who have shifted to the right. It's also young women. So I think as much as people generalize Gen Z as being very progressive, because in a lot of ways, a lot of Gen Zers are, absolutely. But also, that's not the whole story and not the whole picture. That's why they want TPUSA to be in all of the schools. Yeah. I feel like Julian gave me the B-Day present I needed to hear. Oh my God, happy birthday. Doing the good work right here. Well, happy you found your way here through the Julian raid. Robot Wizard, thank you for the prime. Fried Potato, thank you for the tier 1. Beep, 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 beep. This playbook, reeling in young women via pipeline of seemingly apolitical content, then indoctrinating us with anti-feminist messages, doesn't always lead users to outlets like Evie or Owens Media Company. Users might just see an onslaught of TikToks or Instagram posts, seemingly uncoordinated, but with the same anti-feminist message. Yeah. And I hear, okay, to share from my own life, with the exception of my pockets of friends, either individual friends or groups I have, like I am in a group chat with Kylie and Kat Tenbarge. I'm in a group chat with Taylor and Kat and Matt. So I have groups where we talk about this stuff all day long. Otherwise, a lot of the women in my life, all they talk about is celebrity news. They talk about stuff that's online. And there have already been instances that they have shared things, or I see the conversation and I see how it's rooted in misogyny because of where they're getting their info, because of how they are not pausing to analyze the source or why they are susceptible to believing, and then they post it in the group and it's just gossip, right? It's like, ooh, gossiping about whatever everyone is talking about. And same with a lot of my friends now who have children. A lot of the conversation is about their kids, and they, as women and mothers, are constantly anxious, feeling like they are failing, feeling like they're never going to do a good enough job. And I see how those anxieties can be preyed on, as is the case for a lot of women and mothers. My sister-in-law told me women were too woke now, and that's why everyone's having kids late. Yeah. I mean, I even see it with, like, okay, my mom says stuff just because she's frustrated with not having grandchildren. Everyone else has grandchildren. But yeah, I will tell her, well, you know, women in my generation are choosing to have kids later. And so her approach is pretty much because she and my dad are retired and want grandkids. So I have to constantly argue with her on that. But it's all part of this. And I can see, it's like my mom is never going to be a right winger, but she herself could be guilty of contributing to this type of propaganda, this type of anti-feminist messaging. Now, to be clear, my mom is not an anti-feminist, but you know what I'm saying? Where why aren't you guys having kids? Why am I not a grandparent? Because this is my life. And I make the decisions in my life. Don't explain, just blame Jen. Yeah. Well, at least my sister's getting married, though. My oldest sister's getting married, which will be a nice, fun, exciting thing in my family, and has given my mother something to expend her energy on. Congrats. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very excited for my sister. Amric reported last month on a trend of female lifestyle influencers who don't outwardly have any connection to each other or right-wing actors, but they are espousing the same wholly baseless claims that hormonal birth control ruined a generation of women's fertility, propelling the demand for IVF today. This is a fucking lie. Per Amric, this is the uniform message that hordes of female lifestyle influencers are sharing. Isn't it just a coincidence that we handed out the birth control pill to an entire generation of women, and now those same women need IVF? Also, the dark mode on this makes this look even scarier. Mystic Goat, thank you for the raid. I've been reporting on anti-feminist smear campaigns, anti-abortion lies, and right-wing media strategies for years now, so I can see through these posts as the astroturf slop that they are. The problem is many young women aren't journalists or aware of the pink pill pipeline, and because everyone's talking about the goddamn manosphere and trying to warn parents and adults and those who would be susceptible to it about what this ecosystem is and what these pipelines are. This pipeline, this pink pill pipeline, this area of radicalization is being completely ignored. So a lot of young women or those who would be in a position to try and ensure that this doesn't happen aren't even aware of this. Many will see the sheer volume of posts about the supposed dangers of birth control and conclude that birth control is unsafe or that IVF is an exploitative, predatory industry. And what's funny is this thing I'm talking about, which is women being ignored, women not this radicalizing women being a blind eye turned to it, is itself rooted in misogyny, because women aren't taken seriously. Their interests aren't taken seriously. What women are up to isn't taken seriously. And so because of that, you don't have the same mainstream focus. You don't have every fucking person talking about what's going on with women. How's it going for women? Hey, what's going on with the women? The goal is to flood the zone with so much anti-birth control content that young women believe we're encountering this content organically. In reality, what we're experiencing is a coordinated effort by right-wing actors steadily manufacturing our consent to ban birth control and more. The result? More and more women self-reporting worsened experiences with birth control as a self-fulfilling prophecy, according to researchers, are changing their contraceptive method based on what they're hearing online. Think of all the viral TikToks and Instagram reels over the last few years featuring female lifestyle influencers who warn that birth control is overprescribed, that hormonal birth control is unsafe, and we should try these natural alternatives. Now, look at the language of the Trump administration's new guidelines for future Title X grantees, claiming birth control is overprescribed and emphasizing natural family planning. Even before these guidelines, in recent years, congressional Republicans have blocked several efforts to codify a federal right to birth control. Growing online sentiment against birth control is meant to manufacture consent to these rising political attacks. Oh, you mean when something is normalized through mainstream media, entertainment, and the internet, that it paves the path for political agendas, for legislation that is anti-liberatory? You mean Dave Chappelle being like, well, I don't understand why these Republicans were making these trans jokes, taking photos with me, weaponizing it. That's not what I was doing. Me, Dave Chappelle, with my millions of fans and my Netflix specials and selling out comedy fests at the fucking Hollywood Bowl and making my trans jokes, which are really just transphobia that I'm saying on stage, and wanting people to treat my art and me seriously, but not wanting the impacts of what I have to say to be anything of my fault. The strategy has been a long time coming. I remember reporting on the seemingly organic online campaign against birth control as early as 2021 and 2022. Anti-birth control videos on TikTok in particular were suddenly everywhere, sweepingly demonizing IUDs, recommending that young women switch to natural birth control, and even warning young women that birth control pills could make them gay. Well, I've been on birth control since 15, and unfortunately, it's not the case. Birth control makes you gay? I'm sorry, say more. I'm sorry, what was that? You see people just popping copious birth control pills. If birth control makes you gay, then a lot of people are like, sign me up. In 2022, Duke researchers found 38% of the most viewed TikToks tagged #IUD had a negative tone. 28% expressed distrust of health workers, and a quarter promoted moderately or highly inaccurate scientific claims. Videos I tracked at the time featured young women gushing about their experiences avoiding pregnancy without hormonal birth control, sometimes racking up millions of views and shares. Birth control-free family planning is a lot easier than you might think, one TikToker said. Other TikTokers recounted trauma and severe pain from IUD insertions, also garnering millions of views. I need anyone who wants to get an IUD to understand that it can be traumatic. It was traumatic for me. To be clear, much of this content has capitalized on legitimate experiences. Yes, this is what I was saying with birth control side effects. I've been on different birth control methods for over a decade now and struggled for years to find the right method for me. Yes, I have had to try different BCs as well. That is true. I am not saying that that is not something that is not true. And if something is not working for you, you should talk to your doctor about it. Don't listen to someone on TikTok, especially when that person has a vested interest in like making sure women lose the right to vote. There's a good reason feminists fought for the right to contraception over the course of generations. Everyone has different experiences with different birth control methods, and our health system has failed many young women as they search for the right method for them. But online anti-birth control narratives flatten all of these complexities. Taken together, these social media posts are meant to convince young women that birth control is bad, and consequently banning or restricting birth control is good. All of the seemingly organic posts that are fear-mongering about birth control, IVF, or other reproductive health resources are part of a broader political agenda, whether any of the influencers behind the posts outwardly identify as flag bearers for the Republican Party or not. A 2021 Media Matters for America study revealed how quickly violent far-right content can swallow up your entire For You or recommended feeds if you watch a single manosphere-adjacent video. Angela Carusone, president of Media Matters, told me from my reporting in Jezebel in 2024 that misleading, dangerous products have always existed, but you used to have to look for them. Now they're just being served to you in an endlessly refreshing feed. This phenomenon isn't limited to the manosphere, which attracts young men first with apolitical content about weightlifting and dating. Young women are also being radicalized in digital spaces. They are also being lured by seemingly apolitical content, like celebrity gossip, and being steered to the likes of Evie Magazine or Candace Owens, who rail against feminism, abortion, birth control, and voting rights. Unfortunately, it's hard to draw all these connections, how Evie's Instagram posts about Zendaya are part of a broader effort to ban birth control, without sounding like a deranged conspiracy theorist. Yes, I do feel like that. I honestly do feel like a deranged conspiracy theorist when I go, look, you might think that this is just one post about some celebrity in Hollywood, but it's so much more. It's so much more. It goes all the way to the top. Fortunately, you don't have to take my word for it alone. You can take the word of the right-wing architects behind these efforts. Look no further than the Heritage Foundation's detailed 250-year plan for America, an effort to further embed conservatism into mainstream culture and prime us all to accept a slate of violent, dehumanizing legislative attacks on our bodily autonomy. The right knows exactly what they are doing, and they aren't even a little shy about it. Whew. Yep. It's all corrupt, girl. Great piece by Kylie. I just love when I read something from someone who is smarter than I am and is talking about the things that I talk about all the time. The fact that they don't even give women pain prevention during IUD insertion is criminal. I was lucky enough to have gotten mine outside the U.S. I was shocked to find they don't even offer local anesthesia, less invasive pain control in the U.S. Yeah. You know, I got to say, does anybody watch The Pit? I have had my issues with season 2. I've talked about my issues. I got to say, in the last episode, not the season finale, which comes out tonight, I think, but the previous one, when Dr. Robbie popped off at those EMTs, that was a great moment. It's already out? Okay, cool. I will be watching that tonight. That was a good moment. I saw a clip of that. Can you find that clip and send it to me? Por favor. Hi, Caroline. Did I miss the coverage on geese? Personally, I don't think what they did was anything different than any Gen Z artist who pops off on TikTok. I thought it was strange that they were singling out. I don't, though I think I have a guess. I actually didn't cover that. I forgot. I was planning to cover that. So you know what? We're going to do that tomorrow. I know Anthony Fantano put a video out, which I'll probably watch because I also am not super up to speed on what's happening there. But yeah, I will say upon initial glance, it seemed like this big scandal. But then when I looked at it just a little bit more when I was prepping stuff for tonight, I went, wait, I don't really know if this is so unique here. And Cameron Winter is dating Olivia Rodrigo. Yes, I did see a post about that. Oh, thank you so much.
Georgia was sick, but she got better on her
much.
own quickly.
Yeah, many people get better on their own, like Georgia. However, as many as 1 in 20 kids that get measles get pneumonia, like your son.
Are your children vaccinated against measles?
Oh, wait. No. Not this one, but this is a good scene. I'm talking about last episode when Robbie popped off at the EMTs because, well, I mean, I guess it's not like really a spoiler. It's not really a spoiler, but yeah, essentially he called out their failure to provide care because the person was a woman and they were scared of boobs. Yeah. Scared of boobs. Maybe there won't be a clip of it because it just came out. But anyway. Hate how pointing out shortcomings in our healthcare equals, yes, queen, don't access it. You don't need healthcare or voting. Not, yeah, maybe there's room for improvement in hormonal treatments, birth control. Right. Catch me being scared of boobs. Exactly never. You're not going to catch me being scared of boobs. Here.
As I was saying, bad data is shit data.
Thank
She
you.
was diaphoretic and they slid down en route. Yeah, she was moving a lot. Diaphoretic, my ass. She had big breasts. You didn't want to move them out of the way to get under her bra line. Come on, Robbie.
Okay, wait, let's start.
As I was saying, bad data is shit data. Maybe she was diaphoretic and they slid down en route. Yeah, she was moving a lot. Diaphoretic, my ass. She had big breasts. You didn't want to move them out of the way to get under her bra line. Come on, Robbie. Women are misdiagnosed for heart attacks all the time. This is a big reason why. Shall we put it to a vote? Hey, ladies in the room, show of hands. Death with modesty or life with brief nudity? Death or life? That turns out women want to live. EKG is an amazing tool if you use it right. Could have told us in private. I think this was more instructive.
Agreed. Right this way.
love Olivia Rodrigo. So definitely one I'm going to listen to again. I do kind of feel as if it would be maybe it's like a song that would have been on Guts that is maybe my fifth or sixth fave. You need to, well, with her music, I picture myself always in the car, blasting the song, and I couldn't exactly picture it with this song. I don't hate it. It's just not one of my faves of hers. Yeah, I think it's a little too, it's like if you take the best Olivia Rodrigo songs and then produce a generic kind of compilation. It's cute, but it's not my fave. Yeah, it's cute because she's cute and she has a cute vibe and voice and the whole thing. TikTok will, I mean, it's, it's like, to me, there's no way that Olivia Rodrigo can't not do a cute song. It's just a matter of if I think it's a renegade banger. In my opinion, her label never picks the best songs as the lead single. I have a feeling this is not going to be the best song on the album. Yep. I like the song better than the video. What's your top tier Olivia songs? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Driver's License, I still listen to that shit on the reg. Driver's License is also a very special song to me because my sister had broken up with her longtime boyfriend and went to California and lived with me for a couple of months. It was us and our dogs. And we were living in our dead grandmother's house together. And we had a really cute summer together. And that was the summer that Driver's License came out. And so we would just drive around, just a couple gals driving around, listening to Driver's License. So I think it's also the memory of it, but it's also an incredible song. It's so good. I'm not even going to pretend like it's not a banger. Would you have driven better if you listened to Driver's License while playing LA Noire? Probably not. I actually probably would have driven worse because I would have been too busy rocking out. My childhood breakup song was Haru Haru Big Bang. Well, what else do I like of hers? I like Good For You. I like Lacey. I like I like Deja Vu. I like, oh, what's the one that I'm beep beep beep? Why can't Bad Idea, right? Yeah. It's a bad idea, right? That's a great one. Honestly, I like Happier as well. I really liked Guts. It's a good album. Speaking of Driver's License, I got my driver's license. There's a bomb in my car. 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 I got my driver's license last week. There's a bomb in my car. I'm horrible with favorites. Me too. Favorite musician? That's really hard. I mean, honestly, I love my divas. Love my divas. Celine, Whitney. It's hard because there's so many different genres of music that I love. Favorite stiff. Yeah, I mean, I was a giant Gaga fan in high school. I was a little monster, of course. Donna Summer's the fucking goat. Donna Summer is the goat. And then, you know, I am a huge Fleetwood Mac fan. Love Fleetwood Mac. Love, there's so many different groups and artists that I just listen to all the time. Put your paws up. My top 3 are Brutal, Enough for You, and Pretty Isn't Pretty Enough. Yeah, she is, Olivia is great. She is great. Stevie Nicks, yeah, she's such a fucking badass. Would love to meet her. We all worship Hayley Williams here. That is true. This community loves Hayley Williams. Zara Larsson. I already said that I have been on the Zara Larsson train for years. We went through that one day. I was like, I've been a fan for a long time. I've been a fan before she blew up. Did you watch High School Musical, the series? I did not. I watched the first and second High School Musical movies. Speaking of music, is anybody going to EDC this year? Do I have any EDCers? Anyone going? You going with Will? Yep. Me. Woo! I am so excited. I feel like I am desperately needing EDC. And I'm like, oh my God, it's not for another month. It's not for another month. I can't wait. I'm too scared to go. It's definitely a lot, but it's amazing. If you ever have the chance, if that's your thing, you know, if you ever have the chance to experience it. The energy of EDC reminds me of the energy of summertime in Chicago. People who wait all year, who it is like the one thing that they do. And that first night when everybody is coming into the when everyone is coming into the festival and you walk up the pavement and you enter into the raceway and there's the bleachers and then you look out, you like go through the entrances. There's a bunch of entrances. You go through the entrances and you just see the fest and everyone's faces light up. People are so happy. It's like this immediate infusion of happiness, joy. The bleachers are high up, so you see the whole grounds. Yes. And people are all coming in and they're just so, everyone is like, fuck, yes, it's here. We made it. We made it. We made it a whole year from the last EDC. You've been to Bonnaroo? I haven't been to Bonnaroo, but I'm considering going to Electric Forest for the first time. I don't know if anyone in here has gone to EF, but I heard from some people that they're like it's the best because you are in the forest and it's magical and it's all about just exploring. You know, there's obviously music, but it's less festival focused like a lot of these other ones are. And yeah, it's all lit up. Let me show people who don't know what it is, but Yeah, I have a friend who is performing at Electric Forest, and so I might go for the first time. It's in Michigan.
You gotta stand up and fight.
The US like we are. So it's a big bucket list item for a lot of people who are in rave culture. This is Shemhala.
What's it like being here? This place, it's just so
Cass, thank you
different
for the
than what
27
most of us
months.
experience in our day-to-day lives.
Thank you.
You come here and you're literally
So this is in Canada.
It's my first song. It's electric. It's magic.
You'll never see anything like it.
Ever gone to Creamfields? Mm-mm. Wow, this is pretty. Oh, so people do like.
I already feel like the energy.
Oh, they do activities. Yeah, this is dope. Extracurriculars. I wish this had a cooler name, but this is what I'm stoked for. Capitol Hill Block Party. CHBP. No, this is going to be super fun. I see what you mean, though. You're like, I wish it had a cooler name. Yeah, this looks dope. It's obviously passed by Montreal. We should go somewhere. Igloo Fest. Oh my God, there's so many cool things.
Crazy.
They were crazy, yeah.
Igloo Fest. Samsung. I am not gonna lie. Party culture in winter areas, you know, like après ski type of thing. It's so fun.
Epic. I love.
You have to party hard or you die of the cold. I know. I feel like you and Will would like Beyond Wonderland. I actually was supposed to go. I was going to try to take Sam because I want to take her to her first rave, but then tickets sold out before I could get tickets. But we went to the one, I went to the one in October, but I was going to go in March. It's Alice in Wonderland themed. Yeah, I had friends go to that, and I was going to try to take Sam because Sam has expressed wanting to go to EDC. She's in her era of wanting to try things, and I'm like, EDC is a lot. And my thinking was, let me try to take you to something less enormous because the thing is, EDC is not easy to get to. And when you're there, it's not easy to get back. Like, it's pretty far off from the strip and traffic is ass. So it's one of those things like, if you get tired or it's too much, it's not necessarily super convenient to get back to your hotel on the strip. It is a commitment. And it's incredible, but it starts at 7 at night. And usually we get there around 9, which is still pretty early because the festival really goes into full swing at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. They have the beautiful fireworks show that they have every night. And then the main stage acts start appearing. And so my favorite part of EDC is from 1:30 to 4 a.m. And then it goes till 7, but we usually leave around 5 and it still takes an hour and a half to get back. So usually you get back around 7 and anyway, yeah, 2 a.m. is when the festival begins. Yeah, it's a lot. So I don't know. I doubt she's probably going to end up coming this year because it is in a month. But regardless, I said to her, I was like, we should probably start you off with baby steps, needs to try a rave. Because the thing is, like, Sam, I got to test out and see if she's got that degenerate in her. I gotta see if she's got the degenerate gene that will propel her to be at a festival that kicks into gear starting at 2 a.m. She probably does. I don't know. And it's not that I'm saying that that's a bad thing. I just need to see if that's indeed something that she has or can have, or even wants, Love a sunrise set. Me too. It's really not for everyone, and you don't want to drag someone that's not having fun. Yeah. And Christian is coming with us this year. And I think Austin wants to come because Christian is coming. And we are like, Austin, you are not compatible with EDC. I don't think you're going to like it. I think you'll like it in the beginning. And then you'll want to go to a gay club. And we'll be like, well, he's going to leave early for sure. I know. My thinking is, okay, what if he tries out the first night and then there's no way he's staying till the end? And then for the other nights, he can just hang out in Vegas. Christian, I think, is going to have a super fun time. He's going to have really a great time. He's going to panic when he can't find a bathroom within 10 minutes. Yeah, it's not his thing. It's not, but maybe. No. Christian's never been. No, Christian has been to Ultra because he's from Miami, but he's never been to EDC. And yeah, I'm really excited for him to join. But that was the other thing too, is I said, okay, we have Christian coming. He's a newcomer. So I don't want to have too many first-time newcomers because, again, it's a lot. You just never know how somebody is. You never know if someone's actually going to like it. I do believe Christian's going to love it, though. So my thinking was, okay, Christian's our new person this year, which is probably it's probably good to just have one in case in case it just ends up being a lot. He seems like he'd pop off at something like that. Yeah. He's built for something like EDC. Worst case scenario, you got to babysit, and I'm going to be so for real. Look, one reason too that I am trying to be cautious on having too many first timers, especially if I don't believe that they are going to love it, or if I worry they won't be able to handle it, is because it really is the thing I look forward to every year now. It's the thing I look forward to. I don't really want to be worried, and maybe that's selfish, but I don't really want to be babysitting. That's not the same thing as like somebody in the group needs to have a little sit down. Right? Take a moment. We all got to take moments, but that's different from this person is not having fun at all. You'd also 100% be the one saddled with babysitting. Yes. Yeah. So gotta get the newbies to try whatever they're gonna try. It's not even just like substances. It's also It's also exhausting. You walk a ton. It's late into the night, into the morning. So if that is not something that you're used to, that you are able to do, it's a lot. There's a lot of people who go. Even a normal festival is killer on your feet. Yes, I wear running shoes with inserts at EDC because of how much walking and how much you're dancing. And yeah, it's not physically demanding. And I think that can, and I think sometimes, I remember when a bunch of streamers went to Coachella and they were all wearing cute little fits. And I remember Ray, I think, had Prada shoes on. And I looked at it. I looked at them. I was like, oh no. And they were toast. Day one, they had bloody blisters. They couldn't walk. They couldn't move. And they were kind of screwed for the rest of the weekend. Yeah. Your shoes are the most important thing. I don't fuck around. I don't wear things that are cute because I will be miserable. Dress for comfort. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Hiking soles are fucking awesome. You will not regret it, but you will regret if you do not wear comfortable shoes with support. No one cares. Festivals aren't photo shoots. And the thing is, it's like you can still get, if your shoes are really that heinous, which throw some leg warmers on, okay? You have your little, you got your sneakers on, throw some leg warmers on, but also take pictures of your fit that don't have your feet in them. You know, you can still get pictures. I even wear running shoes at clubs. Oh, after destroying my feet working in clubs, because I, for the first couple of years, wore heels and was constantly running around, and now I have fucked up feet. I now, in my 30s, prioritize my feet. I really don't wear heels. If I do, it's quite small, and it's like a chunky sandal heel. I've been wearing sneakers everywhere. But yeah, anyway, I'm excited as we get into festival season, as we get into the summer. It's hard to believe it's going to be May so soon, y'all. You need arch supports and good cushioning. Yes, arch supports and good cushioning. If you're in your 20s, do not neglect your feet. I promise you, you will regret if you neglect. You will regret if you neglect. Although I think COVID changed a lot of things. I think COVID changed people's desire for comfort, as in they seek comfort when they didn't before. A lot of people threw out their heels, never got them back. A lot of people who realized, why am I not prioritizing my comfort? I just can't believe a lot of the stuff that I wore in my 20s and now in my 30s. I'm like, no fucking way. Earplugs, yes. Earplugs at everything. Earplugs at everything, not just festivals. Earplugs at any place with a higher than normal volume. I promise you. I promise you, you will not regret it, but you will regret if you neglect. Wear them at the club, wear them everywhere. Yes, I wear my earplugs everywhere. Hearing loss is a big link with developing dementia when you get older. And I already have hearing loss. I have terrible tinnitus. I already know I have hearing loss. And that's because even when I did wear earplugs, it wasn't all the time. And they usually were like the shitty foam ones that we had at the clubs, but it takes one night, you know. That's it. You can fuck your ears up. You can fuck your hearing up. Not permanently, you know, not like 0 to 100 necessarily, but yeah, you can do damage from just minimal exposure. Any earplug recommendations? People ask this a lot, and what I always say is you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars. There are great earplugs. Let me look up the brands that I like to use. Loop is great. Eargasm, Fidelity. If you go, you know what's really great for recommendations on these kinds of things? Reddit. If you go to r/rave community, just search around on Reddit. People have really detailed recommendations, but yeah, Eargasm, it's like $30 for quality earplugs. Eargasms last a long time. So you don't have to get custom made earplugs in order to protect your ears. r/save my ears. Oh my God, please. Save my ears. Oh my God, please. Eargasm customer support is also really good. I use adjustable loops. Yep. And the thing is too, you might be the only person in your crew who is using them, but maybe you can be the inspiration. As somebody whose friends that I go to festivals with, a lot of them are in the music industry. Everybody wears earplugs. It's like a lot of us are in our 30s. A lot of people work in the music industry. A lot of people are regular ravers, and everyone in my group wears earplugs, which is nice because if you lose yours, if you can't find them, somebody always has extras. But I still cannot believe when I look around when I'm at a concert or rave and how many people are not wearing them, and they'll be standing so close to a speaker. I'm like, I wish I could just have like 100 pairs of earplugs on me. I mean, one day I might do that, but then again, it's like they're not wearing them because they don't want to, and they don't believe you until it's too late. Do you take them out a lot? No. Is it easy to hear people when they're in? Yes. I only take them out if we're in an area where we're away from all the stages. So at EDC, there's one area that's a main meetup area, and a lot of streamers and people who go to EDC hang out there, and we'll say like, okay, if you're going to these sets, like next meetup is at 11:30. So I'll take out the earplugs then, but otherwise when I'm walking through the fest, I just keep them on because I also don't want to lose them. But yeah, you can hear people. People are yelling regardless. Yes, that is true. Wearing plugs since I was like 23. It's for sure the only reason I don't have perma hearing loss from my touring era. Harm reduction is so valuable, especially at raves. Yes, we've talked about this on stream. I agree. But yeah, I think just get in the habit of put your earplugs in, and if you get, you know, Eargasm or Loop, any of these that we talked about, they are good enough quality that you can hear people talking. It's not, you know, it's filtering out the harmful decibel levels, and it just, you'll forget about them, which is good. You put them in, you forget about them, which is ideal. It's like you have your ears being protected, but you don't notice that they're there. And I think if you just keep taking them in and out, you could lose them, or you just become more aware. If anyone's going to EDC this year, feel free to DM for advice. I'll be happy to help newcomers. Yeah. All right, you guys. I'm going to peace out. Sorry, I'm not going to game tonight, but I will be gaming tomorrow. We'll have Friday night gaming. But I am going to go... I'm going to go chill ski. I am going to go chill ski. I was going to raid Sam, but I think she stopped streaming. I think she is no longer live. So I'm going to raid Tofu Ghost. And then it's a 0, not an O, because I have done that before. I think I have rated Tofu Ghost incorrectly multiple times. Iron Giant ended the stream. Wait, did you guys watch Iron Giant? No raid. Wait, what? Wait, what's happening? You all watched Iron Giant. No raids, please. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm gonna raid Jaina. I'll raid Jaina. That is really that's really unfortunate. I feel bad for Tofu. That fucking sucks. Sam watched Iron Giant. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Was that her first time seeing it, or was she doing a nostalgia night? It's a great one. I was gonna watch that one last week, but we watched Descent. It's her fave movie? What? Oh my God. I don't know everything about this woman. That's on me. Yeah, but how funny. I was gonna watch Iron Giant, and then I went, I think I'm going to show them Descent instead. Both comfort films, you know? Learning more about your life could be so beautiful. It is. It is. It's a reminder that we can always be learning about our wives. Okay. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Catch you on the flip side. And tomorrow we go.